पुरा चलचे आसा उमेदवार पुरा जणांना येता सो आता 30 सेकंड्स सांगतो कोण दवरता आसाची स्टॉप वॉच ओके आमी स्वामी येता आसाची तेज्या वंगेन हे मुखार सुया ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ वेळार आमी टी ब्रेकअप अशी पूरी जेवो टी ब्रेक नंतर टायम आली तशीची श्री 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 स्वामींद्र स्वामीजी येता आसाची पुरा जण राबून गेलो तांकां स्वागत करता तशीची असं तो मा स्वामी हंगायलेलं असाची तशीची पुरा वेद मंत्र सांचे पुरा वैदिकांक निघून घेताच हवं वेद होऊ शकत न्हू स्वामी हंगायलेलं असाची पुरा वेद मंत्र सांचे पुरा वैदिकांक वेद होऊ शकत स्वामी मार्गदर्शनाने बेंगलोर काशी मठ व्यवस्थापन समिती हांणी आयोजन केलेल्या ह्या कार्यक्रमातून सुमार जन वर्किंग प्रोफेशनल्स हांगा संघटीत झाले आता आम्ही पळयलें असतोमा सत्कमय तमसोमा ज्योतिर्गमय मृत्योर्मा अमृतंगमय म्हणून सांगून दीप प्रज्वलन जावन आमकां देवाने स्वामीने आशीर्वाद मेळ्ळे आसा मुखारी हे कार्यक्रमातून आज आयिल्ले थोडे गण्य व्यक्ती हातूंत भितरली झिरोधा कंपनीचे श्री नितीन कामत हांणी आनी आमगे प्लॅटिनम स्पॉन्सर जावन आशिल्ले डायनामिक प्रीस्ट्रेस आमगेले चेतन प्रभू हांणी मुखार येवन
ಸ್ವಾಮಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದ ಯೋಗ ನೋಡೋರಿಗೆ ನಮಗೆ ಗುರುದತ್ತರ ಮಾನ ಅಂತ ವೇದಿಕೆ
financial matter and class आज जनरली financial matter व्यवसाय किंतु बैंक कैमरा बैंक सिटी गैस बैंक कॉर्पोरेशन बैंक का स्टार्ट किया तो स्टार्ट ये बैंकिंग सेक्टर चेंज है न्यू पॉलिसी है समाज सेवेगा समाज
महाराज की
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸಂಜೆ ಆರೋಗ್ಯವಿಲ್ಲ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿದರೆ ಗೂಗಲ್ ಉಂಟಲ್ಲ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಇದು ಪ್ರಸಾದ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು ದೇವರ ಪ್ರಸಾದಕ್ಕೆ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಮಾಡಬೇಕೆಂದು ಅನಿಸಬೇಕು ನಮ್ಮ ಭಾಷೆ ಕಲಿಯುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ
महाराज की
ಬ್ಯಾಗ್ ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ ಗಾಂಧಿತ್ತ ಅಂತ
स्वामी चार देव का रात तो राजा स्वामी देवले पूरा कॉलेज के लिए पुलिस आदि यह काम दे रहे हैं हैविंग का बस आइए रुपये तो वाइस प्रेसिडेंट बहुत बड़ा kalau ada jadi ada orang lain ini posisional dari saya sana mak jam kami ada ani Kashi dari raja baik perform dari lagi terus sekarang saya pasti kawan aku tapi sekarang mereka ini perform dengan cek saya just of ada dan pura dan kaum itu kan baca oh kalau ada yang tahu kan kaki lap tegur tu sena Sitna bawah itu tu berkom. Kita sih yang sudah mesti jangan bisnes ambil menas. Pura kali itu hiu makan atau tadi Kashi. Ambil enggak. Kalau tidak kan orang. Pura jangan kes. Ambil samaja ambil angkor berje. Ambil reservation nasi. कसं ना आमच्या समाजाच्या लीडर तुझ्या सांगतात
कंपनीत एक सण कंपनीत तशी तितली मट्टाका आम्ही कसं नाही सांगन अशी आमगेल काम हे समाजांत प्रूव केलेलं आसा तशीची अनेक स्वामीन सांगिल्लें आसा आमी कशी फायनान्सान नंबर 1 आसाची ताजोटू आमगेल मनाक आत्मक पुराची एक महत्तर जाल्लेलें काम करता समाज सेवे आमगेला तूं कसं नाही अशें पुरो कितले जतकी तितले दिवची मनोभाव जॉय ऑफ गिवींग म्हणटना तावे आमगेल्यान आसता तशी समाज सेवे चड करता म्हणून सांगिल्लें आसा हें मनांत दवन घेवन आमगेल कार्यक्रम आतां मुखार सुद्दां आसाची सगळे हे GSB मिलन तुमकां WhatsApp मेसेज आयत तशी पोस्टर्स आयत तशी पुरा जनांनी उमेद येरी पुरा रेजिस्टर केलेलं आसा कितलीकी जणांना आजी गांवां वताल मस्जन आसाची वायण गौरी गणेशा म्हूण घेणारी पुराची तशें जावन कितलीकी जणां येवचे जायनी मिस करता आसाची जाल्यार तितले आसून घेवन वय गांवां वच्ची वय मस्जन कॅन्सल करून घेवन हांगा आयलेलें आसा जाल्यार हे GSB मिलन स्वामेल मार्गदर्शनारी काशी मठ बेंगलुरांत व्यवस्थापक समिती आयोजन करता आसा जाल्यार हाजे विशय कसं नाही कंप्लीट डिटेल्स हाजी कॉन्टेक्स्ट कसं नाही म्हणून आमकां सांगून दिता आसाची कळयता आसाची गुरुदत्त पुरवपाव
श्री हरि गुरुभ्यो नमः सगळं काहीच पडतोय उडलेला विघ्न निवारक महागणपतीला तशींची आमगेले स्थानदेव श्री पार्थसारथिले संस्थानदेव श्री व्यासरघुपती नरसिंहालय इष्टदेव वेंकटरमण तशींची आमगेले वृंदावनस्थ सुधींद्र तीर्थ स्वामीले दिव्य चेतनाक नमस्कार करता आणि आमगेले आत्म पीठाध्यक्ष श्री श्री संयमेंद्र तीर्थ स्वामीले चरणारविंदाक नमस्कार करून हांव एक तुमकां पूर आयल्या पूर जाणांक हांव बेंगळूर श्री काशी मठ व्यवस्थापक समिती मुखांतर हांव आव्हान दिता आमंत्रण दिता आनी वेलकम करता भारी खुश जाता आसा इत्या म्हळ्यार इतली व्हड क्रावड आमगेले आज लिडर्स आसाची सिटींग इन द फ्रंट रो एंड सेकंड रोज एंड सो ऑन CEOs आसाची CTOs आसाची CFOs आसाची एंटरप्रेनर्स आसाची स्टार्टअप केलेले मनीस आसाची मोर दॅन दॅट तुमी एचिवर्स ब्रिलियंट यंग आमगेले कम्युनिटीची जन आसाची आमकां हे कार्यक्रम आयोजन करतना GSB मिलन फॉर वर्किंग प्रोफेशनल म्हळ्यार एक आयडिया कसले आयली म्हण हांव सांगता बट ताजे फुडें हे कार्यक्रम तुम्ही कसले करता आसाची हे इतले वर्किंग प्रोफेशनल्स बेंगलुरांतू बेंगलूर म्हळ्यार एक व्हड गांव पीपल आर एक्स्ट्रीमली बिजी सो हाऊ यू कॅन ब्रिंग देम टुगेदर अंडर वन रूफ एस्पेशली नेम्स लायक बीग नेम्स लायक आमगेले आमगे पुरा बॅनर्स पडून आसच्या पुरो झरोदा CEO नितीन पुरो ताका ल्हान आम मायल्यांचे आजी आनी व्हड इंडस्ट्रियलिस्टांचे अजय आयला आनी केलो एक्सेंचराचे MD आनी तांणी पुरो येवचे आसाची हाव इज इट पॉसिबल म्हळ्यार आमगेलें खंयचेंय काम भक्तीन श्रद्धेन उद्देश व्हेरी क्लियर जावन चांग उद्देशान काम केल्यार ताका हरिगुरुली कृप आसता म्हणून खंडीत आमकां आयचें हें उदाहरण म्हणून हांव खंडीत सांगूक तुमकां इश्ट पावता कसो उद्देशाचो आमी कसले केले हें कार्यक्रम मस्त कडेन करताचे एक ग्रुप आपयताची कसाची उलयताची आनी वताची हें तशें जेवचें ना जें कार्यक्रम हांव तुमगेलें एक थीम लायन पळयल्यार तुमी संस्कार संपत्ती ही स्वधर्म जागृती ही म्हणून ताजे विशय हांव तुमकां सांगता बट आज आमी खंयचीय गांवां दुखून विंगड गांवां दुखून वी हॅव कम टू बँगलोर इन सर्च ऑफ जॉब्स इन सर्च ऑफ अवर कॅरियर सो तशें आसतना तांतू आमी कॅरियरार आयिल्ल्याच्या तांतू मस्त आमी अचीव केला आज व्हड कंपनींतू आमी लायक लिडरशीप पोजिशनार आसाची हाव इज इट पॉसिबल कशी तांकां सादी गेलें तें वॉट आर द एफर्ट्स दे हॅव पुट इन खंयचे स्किल्स तांणी डेवलप केले कसो मल्टी स्किल्स तांणी डेवलप केले कसो तांगेले प्रॉब्लम्स तांगेले कॅरियरान कसो प्रॉब्लम्स आयले हाव डीड दे सॉल्व इट हें पुरा आमगेले यंगर जनरेशनाक करता जावपाक आतां तुमी पुरा एक लेवलार आसाची हाव टू क्लेम टू द नेक्स्ट लेवल हाव टू बिकम अ एंटरप्रेनर हाव टू मेक युअर मार्क इन दीस इंडस्ट्री हाव टू क्रिएट युअर मार्क तें व्हेरी इम्पॉर्टंट सो वी थॉट आनी मनशांक कसं म्हणणारी एक इन्स्पिरेशन आनी एक मोटिवेशन मनशाक इन्स्पिरेशन जातना ऑटोमॅटिकली मोटिवेट जाताचे सो दॅट मोटिवेशन वील ड्रायव्ह यंगर जनरेशन एनीबडी टू लूक फॉर हायर पोजिशन ए लिडरशीप पोजिशन तें जावका आमगेलें कम्युनिटीचें आमगेले यंगस्टर्सान आमी नेक्स्ट लेवल वचूका आमगेलें कम्युनिटी इज व्हेरी स्मॉल इन नंबर्स व्हेरी स्मॉल नेग्लेजिबल म्हणून येता बट यू बिलीव मी यू टेक एनी फील्ड बी इट फायनान्स चार्टर्ड अकाउंटन्सी डॉक्टर्स यू टेक नेम एनी इंडस्ट्री गवर्नमेंट सिच्युएशन पोजिशन्स वी आर देर हाउ इट कुड हॅपन स्मॉल कम्युनिटी खंय चमकल्यारी हो ನೀವು ಮಂಗಳೂರಿನವರು ನೀವು ಕೊಂಕಣಿಗಳು सांगताची कशें पॉसिबल जालें तें आमगेलें तुमी ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ फुडलें हें पळयल्यार वी आर बेसिकली अवर नेक्स्ट प्रायर जनरेशन फुडली जनरेशन तांणी एक व्यापार आसता शिकण्याची मेनी पीपल हॅव वेंचर्ड इन टू एंटरप्रेनरशीप मस्त हॉटेल इंडस्ट्रीज केल्या वी स्टार्टेड हॉटेल इंडस्ट्रीज बँकिंग इंडस्ट्री स्टार्ट केला आमी आनी बीडी इंडस्ट्री स्टार्ट केला सो मस्त जनाक जॉब ऑपॉर्च्युनिटीज ओपन जाले आमगेलें समाजाचे GSB समाजाचे फायनान्शियल पोजिशन स्टार्टेड इम्प्रूविंग मस्त इम्प्रूव जालें मस्त जन कामा खातीर विंगड गांवां चमकलीची पॅन इंडिया अक्रॉस इंडिया वेरियस सिटीज आमगेलें जन चमकलीची थंय चमकले कडेन तांणी आमगेलें आचारो विचारो कसलेय सोणी तांगेल चेडवांक लायक संस्कार दिवन लायक आचार विचार दिवन तांणी एज्युकेशन दिलें तांकां आज तुमी पळयल्यार आमी IT फील्ड आसाची आमी प्रत्येक फील्ड आसाची दीस कूड हॅपन बिकॉज ऑफ युअर एफर्ट्स अँड तुमगेले आमगेले मालगड्यान आमकां कसो संस्कार दिला आमकां कसो आचार विचार शिकोवन दिला दॅट हॅज आमकां हांगा थंय हाडूंक ताजें खंडीत एक योगदान आसा म्हणून हांव खंडीत नमगता आसा ताजे खातीर आमगेलें पुरो जनांक हांगा आशिल्ल्या वयर एक गुरुतर जबाबदारी कसा म्हणल्यार आमकां ते कसा संस्कार मेळ्ळा आमी कशी जिवना मुखार आयल्यांची तशींच ते आमी त्या लेगसी वी हॅव टू गिव इट टू द नेक्स्ट जनरेशन यंगर जनरेशन दॅट रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी त्या रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी आमगेले पुरो जनांक वयर हांगा आसा सो आमगेलें खाली आमगेलें कॅरियर मात्र न्ही आमगेलें कॅरियर कशी डेवलपमेंट कोरयता आमगेले समाज कशी डेवलपमेंट कोरयता तुमी पळयल्यार प्रति गांवांत एक 10 घर आसली फुडले तांणी भजन करूं स्टार्ट करताची ते नासिक असो बॉम्बे असो नाजाल्यार दिल्ली असो आमी भजन करूं स्टार्ट कर ಒಟ್ಟು जावन ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ घर चेड जाले फुडले आमी एक ते मंदिर करताची नाजाल्यार मठ करताची ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ आनीक चेड जाले फुडले एक देवस्थान करताची आज आमगेलें प्रत्येक सिटींतू काशी मठाचें एक मठ आसा आमगेले कितली देवस्थान मस्त जन निमगे ताचे आमकां विंगड आनी हाऊ इट इज पॉसिबल तुमगेले पॉप्युलेशन व्हेरी लेस बट प्रत्येक गांवांत तुमगेले मठ आसा प्रत्येक गांवांत तुमगेले देवस्थान आसा कशें साध्य म्हूण आमकां देवान दिलेलें तें स्ट्रेंथ तस जावन ह्या एक टेक अवे दोन टेक अवे आमगेले उद्देश भारी क्लियर उद्देश आसा आमकां आनी हाची आमी कसो टेक अवे कसले आमी हांगा दुखून वतना कसले आमी घेवन वचचे येता म्हूण तुमी मिगेल्या निमगेल्यार फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल एक धनात्मक चिंतन म्हळ्यार एक पॉझिटिव्ह थिंकींग म्हूण सांगताची एक पॉझिटिव्ह थिंकींग घेवन वचा लेट्स गेट मोटिवेटेड बाय लिसनिंग टू द लिडर्स ऑफ अवर कम्युनिटी आमी मोटिवेट जावे आमी मोटिवेट जावन आमगे समाजा मोटिवेट करूया आनी आमी अचिवर्स जाव्या आनी लायक अचिवर्स जाव्या म्हणून एक व्हेरी एक क्लियर टेक अवे म्हणून हांव सांगता आसा आमकां हे कार्यक्रमाक तुमी इतली जन आयल्यांची पुरा जनाक वापस हांव स्वागत सांगून हे करेक्ट पुरा कार्यक्रम सकाळ लोकून आमगेले अरावंड 5:30 ताय कार्यक्रम आसा स्वामी दनपारपर येवन प्रवचन दिवच्या आसाची ह्या पुरा कार्यक्रमाक तुमी पुरा जणांक राबून हे कार्यक्रम चंद करून आमी एक मादरी जावपा खंयच्याय गांवांत विंगड खंयच्या समाजाचे असल्यार अशें एक GSB मिलन जल्लें आमगेले बेंगलोरांत वी शूड लर्न फ्रॉम देम म्हणून एक लेसन पुरा कडेन स्प्रेड जावपा आनी सगळ्यांकय चांग जावपा म्हणून सांगून हांव मिगेलें दोन उतर पळय थँक्यू वेरी मच
ಧನ್ಯವಾದ ಗುರುದತ್ ಪ್ರಭ್ಮಾಮ್ GSB प्रोफेशनल्स म्हळ्यार कसने ते हिंदींत म्हणटाची किस चिडिया का नाम है म्हूण सांगची जाल्यार आज आमी हें हांगा संघटन जाल्यार तितले जन पळयल्यार इतले खुशी जाता आसा ताजे विशय सांगून आनी हाचे उद्देश कसले आसा म्हूण सांगिलाक तुमकां गुरुदत्त प्रभ्माम आमगेले मस्त धन्यवाद गुरुदत्त प्रभ्मामान एक विशय सांगलो संस्कार संपत्ती स्वधर्म जागृती भगवद्गीतेंतू श्री कृष्णान सांगला श्रेयान स्वधर्मो विगुणः परधर्मात् स्वनुष्ठितात् स्वधर्मे निधनं श्रेयः परधर्मो भयावहः म्हळ्यार इट इज बेटर टू डू वन्स ओन धर्म इवन दो इम्परफेक्टली दॅन टू डू अनदर्स धर्म परफेक्टली Destruction in the course of performing one's own duty is better than engaging in another's duties, for to follow another's path is dangerous म्हणून सांगितलं सर हे संस्कार संपत्ती स्वधर्म जागृती म्हळ्यार कसं नाही म्हणून मुखारी आमकां पुरजनाक कळटा हाची विशय थोडे उलोवच्याक हांव निकिताक निमून घेता
तशीची विषय सांगताचे ना आमगेल काम आमी रायटली परफॉर्म करता म्हणून फाय जाल्यार मोस्ट ऑफ द टायम्स आमी केल्ले म्हणल मन आयता जाल्यार खंयचे एक सुप्रीम पवराक आमी सांगितले तेन्ना हे पुरा चिताक समर्पण सरेंडर जाता म्हणलें तेन्ना पुरा तशी लायफ चलता ताका बेस्ट एग्जाम्पल हांगा आशिल्ले माम अतुल कुडवा मुल्की वेंकटरमण देवस्थानाचे ट्रस्टी जावन आसाची आनी ऑल टेम्पल्स असोसिएशनाचे अध्यक्ष जावन आसाची जाल्यार पुरा तागेले ताका सोडलेले म्हूण सरेंडर जाता म्हणजे एक नंबिकेरी सुमार पुरा तरी केलेले आसा NITK इंजिनियरींग कॉलेजांत तूं मेकॅनिकल इंजिनियरींग वचून घेवन टाटा मोटर्सांत तूं मस्त मस्त काम केलेलें आसा कडेरी दिशा सॉफ्टवेअर सोल्युशन ह्या कंपनी तांणी स्टार्ट केले ताजे नंतर ऑमनिसिस टेक्नॉलॉजीज ओटू मर्ज करून घेवन आतां ऑमनिसिस टेक्नॉलॉजीचे निर्देशक जावन आसाची स्वधर्म संपत्ती स्वधर्म जागृती हाजी विशय अतुल कुडवा तांणी उलोवका म्हणून निमून घेता
लक्ष्मीपती वेंकटरमणाक तशीच व्यास रघुवीर नरसिंहाक पार्थसारथीक काशी मठेचे दिव्य परंपरा पुराय स्वाम्याले चरणारविंदा नमस्कार कोण विशेष जावन हांगा चातुर्मास व्रत स्वीकार करून हांगा आमगेल समाजा विशयार मस्त कळकळी दवरलेले संयमिंतीत स्वाम्याले चरणारविंदाक साष्टांग नमस्कार करून हांगा आशिल्ले मालगड्याला आशिर्वाद घेवन म्हाका गोत आशिल्ले दोन विशय उलयता म्हगेले आतां प्रोफायल सांगतना ऑमनिसिस टेक्नॉलॉजी सारे राबयले 2013 ऑमनिसिस टेक्नॉलॉजी जावन आतां हांव संविती कॅपिटलाचे डायरेक्टर जावन आसा. हांगाचे संस्कारू म्हणले एक विशय. संस्कारू धर्मू म्हणले असले एक शब्दाक इंग्लिशान तो एक पर्याय शब्द मेळना. आमगेल धर्म आनी विंगड धर्माचे एक आमी एक एनालिसीस केले री मुख्य एक दोन आमी मस्त डिफरन्स आसता बरोबर. एक दोन विशय मुख्य जावन उठान राबता. एक आमगेले एक जीवन ह्या जन्माक जेव्हा ह्या एक देहाक सीमित जालेल न्हय. आमी वी आर नॉट टू बी आयडेंटिफायड विथ द बॉडी. अतुल कुडवा म्हणले हे एक शरीर न्हय. हंतू भितर एक मनस मनुष्य म्हण एक नांव खंय येयलें. कोणा एक मनस म्हणले एक देवान दिला की तो मनुष्य. मनु दाखोवन येयले म्हणले काय अर्थ आसा जाल्यार मनुष्य म्हणले कसं म्हळ्यार कोणा एक मन थिंकींग केपेबिलिटी कोणा आस की आमकां आनी पशु आमकां डिफरन्स कसो मनुष्य आनी पशुक डिफरन्स कसो आमकां एक इंटेलेक्ट आमकां एक मन दिला देवान. तितले रिवे न्हय. आमगेलें शास्त्र कसं सांगता म्हळ्यार सो वी आर नॉट द मायंड, वी आर नॉट द बॉडी, वी आर नॉट द मायंड, वी हॅव समथींग डीपर. वी हॅव समथींग कॉल्ड जीवात्मा म्हणटा एक सोल म्हूण सांगता. सो वी हॅव टू आयडेंटिफाय आवर सेल्स विथ द सोल. म्हणटन कसं जाता आमगेल थिंकिंगाचे एक सीमिती आमी एक थिंक करता जाल्यार एक कॅनवास कंप्लिटली चेंज जाता. आतां कॉर्पोरेट वर्ल्ड नितीन हांगासर नितीनाले एक बिझनेस रनिंग स्टाईल आनी वरलेले डिफरन्स कसो न्ही. तुमी तागेले ब्रोकरेज म्हणो परी नो टू थिंक रियली लॉंग टर्म, टू थिंक अबाउट द इंडस्ट्री, टू थिंक अबाउट द पार्टिसिपेंट्स ऑफ द इंडस्ट्री. आमी केल्यार मात्र आमगेली इंडस्ट्री ग्रो जाता तेन्ना आमी ग्रो जाता म्हणलेले एक तत्व. तशींच आमी आमगेले जिवनेन तूं बरी जावका म्हण जाल्यार आमी हे देह न्हय, आमी आमगेले मना येल थॉट्स न्हय, तांतू भितर आशिल्लें कशें की एक जीवात्मा ताजी एक जर्नी वास्ट त्या जर्नीन तो आमी एक्सपिरियन्स करता जाल्यार मस्त आसा. स्वधर्म येता आमी तेन्ना ह्या जन्मा आमगेलो स्वधर्म कसलो. हांव खंयची एक कुला जल्मा आयला ताणें सांगलें आमगेलो स्वधर्मान तूं करताची मेल्यार ओडना आनेकलेलो धर्म कोण वांचाना म्हूण. तशी एक भारी एक योग्य जावन आशिल्लें एक टायटल आयचे हें मिलन कार्यक्रमाक मेळ्ळा. ताजे विशयी चिंतन केल्यार आमगेलें जिवन पावन जाता. बृहदारण्यक उपनिषदांत तो एक विशय येता. आमी कोण म्हळ्यार आमगेलें मना आशिल्लें सुरेख डिजायर. आमी आतां कॉर्पोरेट वर्ल्डा उलोवचें गेल्यार आमी तें विजन डॉक्युमेंट म्हणटात. दॅट इज युअर डिजायर. ते विजन डॉक्युमेंटा प्रकार आमगेलें स्ट्रॅटजी आनी बरें जाता. तशीच मनशाले मना भितर थॉट्स आनी येवचे आमगेले डिजायरा निमित्त. आमकां एक आश आसता कसो की हांव हांगा पावका. डीप इन एवरीथींग दॅट यू डू वील बी ड्रिवन बाय दॅट सिंगल थॉट दॅट तुमगेले एक इम्प्रिंट मना. दॅट इज संस्कार. आमी संस्कार म्हळ्यार अर्थ कसो इम्प्रिंट इन द मायंड. पूर्वजन्मा संस्कार आसचा बरो, सान आसतना मेळ्ळेलो संस्कार आसचा बरो. खंयच्यान येते संस्कार पूर्वजन्मान येता. ह्या जन्माक कशें येवचें आचार, विचार, आहार, विहार ह्या 4 विशयांत येता. आमी खंयच्या आहारा निमित्त आमगेले थॉट्स येता. आम्ही एक विचार म्हळ्यार वाज्जिलेलो विशय ऐकलेलो विशय खंय वचून पळयलो विशय वी हॅव टू बी कॉन्शियस ऑफ ऑल ऑफ दीस आमी संघ म्हणटाचे इन एवरीथींग तुम्ही बुद्धिस्ट केलो पळय काणयेन म्हाजे भारी हें कसं की एक सांगची कोणाल की हाताच खाल्लें ताण कसं की वाट सडन कळटा ओ हांव तागेले हाता खाल्ले निमित्त म्हगेलें हें थॉट आयलें म्हूण ते काणी कसले घालचे दॅट वी हॅव टू बी केअरफूल तुम्ही कोण एक तपस करता की कोण एक विशेष जावन अनुष्ठान करता की विग्नाल हाताच कांय नाच फुडें ब्राह्मण हॉटेल्स म्हणून आशिल्ले म्हळ्यार कोण संध्यावंदन कोण उपनीत की तांगेल हाताच मात्र खावका म्हळ्यार एक धर्म कसं न्ही ताका कलिकाल म्हणचें कोणाक दुरूच न्हय हांवें तुमगेलें म्हण केची आय एम जस्ट ट्रायंग टू गीव द तत्व कसं न्ही तशी मस्त जाणांनी म्हाका निमगेलें वयर तुवें हें सोडलां तें सोडलां इतरें देव निमगी तुवें म्हूण देव खंडीत निमगे ना जाल्यार म्हाका मिगेलेच कसं न्ही कोरका म्हण जाल्यार हें वाटा एगेन हें पळय कोलची केन्ना आमगेल्यान आतां भटमामान एक संध्या वंदने विशय उलोवचें जप करची म्हणस आमकां आमी तें मेडिटेशन आज थॉटफुलनेस म्हण आसा मायंडफुलनेस म्हणटाची जेव्हा ऑन द अदर सायड शून्यत्व म्हणटाची मायंड खाली करप ऑल आर डिफरंट दर्शनशास्त्र म्हणटाचे अगेन आय विल टच अपॉन दॅट डिफरंट वेज टू गो टू गॉड वेन यू आर ट्रायंग टू रिस्ट्रेन युअर मायंड तुमगेले थॉट उत्पत्ती जावचे अगेन वेन हाऊ कॅन यू डू दॅट वेन यू आर एन ऑब्झर्वर ॲज द जीवात्मा if you are controlled by the body if you are controlled by your mind obviously you are not feeling anything but tumka tumgel mind a yevche thoughts control korka then this is relevant then kal tumka how I am not in control of myself tashi itli pura tippani ek tagline तशी एक भारी रिलेवंट जावन आशिल्लें टॅग लायन आज आमकां मेळ्ळां ब्रीफली मस्त बरो गोत्त आशिल्ले विशय जाल्यार हांव स्टील आय एम गोईंग टू रिपीट दीस कित्याक म्हळ्यार अनफॉर्च्युनेटली GSB हिस्ट्री हीज बीन कसं म्हणटा जी भारी वायट रितीन आसा आमकां एक बॉक्स कोण सोडा एक मूल लागान सोडा आमीची कोणे विंगडा आमी दुरोवचा ना आमगेली हिस्ट्री दोन्ही सेंटेन्सार कंप्लीट जाता परशुरामान गोवा हाडलें पोर्चुगीसान गोवा दाखोवन धांवडायलें तिन्नी विशय कोणें उलयनाच आतां उलयतना आमी म्हणटा जी आमी भयंकर डायनामीक आमगेले तितले कोणें नाची 2000 की 3000 वर्सां गोवा न्हिदलेले आमी प्लीज डोंट मिसअंडरस्टँड मी How can such a dynamic community not have any history for those 2,000, 3,000 years? It just escapes my... कसं थिंक केल्यार म्हाका कळना शंकराचार्याल परमगुरू गौडपादाचार्य तो गौड सारस्वत ब्राह्मण काय तागेले शिष्य सुरेश्वराचार्य मंदन मिश्रा काश्मीरचो सारस्वत ब्राह्मण काय बेंगलोरा उल्लोच्या भंय करता म्हळ्यार एक कालार काशी तर्काचे एक कॅपिटल जावन आशिल्लें आज बेंगलोर कॅपिटल हांगा आशिल्लें तितलें इंटलेक्च्युअल कॅपिटल इज नॉट देर एनीवेर आज हांगा पॅन्ट शर्ट घालून कोणेय उठान राबून म्हाका नाकडो वन सोडताचे सत्य न्ही भारी खुशी विशय जाल्यार सुरेश्वराचार्य सारस्वत ब्राह्मण शंकराचार्यालो परमगुरू गौड सारस्वत ब्राह्मण के पैन एक आर्टिकल बरयला 1967 सारस्वते म्हूण why is there no research to find out whether Shankaracharya was a Saraswat Brahmin or not? I am not quoting any म्हळ्यार हें म्हूण सांगिल्लें again offline if anybody wants to have a discussion very keen and eager to have. मध्वाचार्य विषय पौराणिक मामान बरेला मध्वाचार्य गौड़ सारस्वत ब्राह्मणरे तंगेल गुरु पुरुषोत्तम तीर्थ नॉर्थ इंडियन ब्राह्मण कौन नॉर्थ इंडियन ब्राह्मण असो इट्स नॉट टू रेज एनी कॉन्ट्रोवर्सी बट आमगेल हिस्ट्री कसं नाही कोणाक ಗೊತ್ತು मायग्रेशन म्हणताना इट डजंट हॅपन एक वन फाईन डे पुरो जन एक ट्रेनर वयसून आयले जाले इट्स नॉट लायक दॅट मायग्रेशन इज अ कंटिन्युअस प्रोसेस आज बँगलोर तुम्ही विंगड विंगड पुरो ओटू आयले वे दिस हॅपन्स ओवर डेकेड्स सेंचुरीज एका कडेन रपतावे प्रोलिफरेट जाताच आमगेले ओल्डेस्ट टेंपल खंयचे मंजेश्वर कुलदेवता टेंपल सोनू मंजेश्वर देवस्थान हिस्ट्री आई एम ट्राइंग टू शो that we were there in other parts than Goa much earlier. Centuries before. आमगेले आशिल्ले विरुपाक्ष म्हणल्यार गोवा दाखून वतना थंय चमकलो ताका मेळ्ळें अपास रंग शर्मान थंय चमकलो ऑल दीस इज रेकॉर्डेड फॅक्ट्स बट स्टील वी से आमचे गेले आयले केन्ना 1500 तो म्हणटाच ಕಾರ್ಕಳ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನ ವೆಂಕಟರಮಣ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನ 1400 ಅಂತೂ ते गोमोट जातना ಕಾರ್ಕಳ ವೆಂಕಟರಮಣ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನ ಅಂತೂ जेवणगल्ला म्हणाल रेकॉर्ड सांगा ಕಾರ್ಕळचे मस्त जन आसत आनी दे कॅन वॉच फॉर मी अनदर क्वेश्चन ಕಾರ್ಕಳ ಅಂತೂ 1400 ಅಂತೂ ವೆಂಕಟರಮಣ देवस्थान आस वय म्हण जाल्यार री आमकां न्ही ವೆಂಕಟರಮಣ संबंध केन्ना दाखोवनस अतुलेला म्हणताची यास्तीत स्वाम्यानं थंय पूज केली विजयन स्वामी तांगेले वट आशिल्ले ताजे नंतर आमकां आमचे गेल्यांका वेंकटरमणाल संपर्क जाल्लो म्हूण सगळे समाजाक एक इष्टदेव जावन आशिल्लो तो वेंकटरमणू गोवान तो एक वेंकटरमण देवस्थान ना आसवे तशें आमकां वेंकटरमण देवस्थान संपर्क केन्ना जाल्लो कशें जालें प्रत्येक गांवांत एक वेंकटरमण देवस्थान आसा हाजी त्या एक देवाक आमी माथ्यार दोन भोंवता म्हूण जाल्यार आमकां न्ही त्या देवा संबंध कसलो अशें म्हणून विंगड समाजाचे अशें आसवे म्हणटना आमी कसन आमगेली हिस्ट्री शिकल्यांची आमगेले एक कसो आचार कसले एक विचार आमी कसन एक चोल नेताची आमगेले घरकड आसचा परो आमगेले देवस्थानां आसचा परो आमगेले समाज आसचा परो तक्क मोल दिन अशें आमी हिस्ट्री बरयले अर्थ कसलो आमगेले एक हिंदू धर्माक निज जावन अशें नांव कसं म्हळ्यार दर्शनशास्त्र म्हणटा आमी षडदर्शन म्हणटाच न्याय सांख्य योग मीमांस विशेषिक न्याय वेदांत आमी वेदांताचे एक हें जावन आसा आमी स्लायडा वचना एनिवे तशी एनिवे कमिंग बॅक टू द स्लाइड तशी एक ब्रह्मावर्त म्हणाले एक जाग आशिल्लो सरस्वती आनी हाजे न्हंय मध्यंतू थंय आशिल्लें म्हणून आमगेल्या पुराणांत उल्लेख जाता थंय देखून मागीर सरस्वती न्हंय आडटा कसले आडटा म्हळ्यार एक क्वेश्चन असो ते आट्टील टायमार सतपथ ब्राह्मणांत बरयलां नेक्स्ट स्लायड आवचा आमी इश्टा वताच अगेन इट मायट बी ओनली ए पार्ट ऑफ द कम्युनिटी अगेन कम्युनिटी म्हणटाना आमची गेल मात्र चमकलेले म्हळ्यार अर्थ न्हय आमगेलो तो मस्त वर्लल कम्युनिटीज हे आशिल्लेच एक इकोसिस्टम ते आतां आमी तूं इंडस्ट्री आतां हांगा नागेश मांगस कशी तुमी एकली वता तुमगेले वेंडर्सा घेवन वता की ना एक नवे फॅक्टरी घालतना तशींची एक कम्युनिटी वतना ताज्यो तशी विंगड विंगड कम्युनिटी पुरो जने मायग्रेट जाताच दॅट इकोसिस्टम ऑर दॅट एंटायर थिंग विल मायग्रेट तशी एक इश्टा वताच थंय गौड म्हणून केलो जनान ते न्हय म्हणटाची वय म्हणटाचे गौडपादाचार्य निमित्त गौड नांव येयलें गौडपादाचार्य निमित्त गौडदेव नांव येयलें गौड देशा निमित्त गौडपादाचार्य नांव येयलें गौडपादाचार्याला नांव विंगड आसचा पुरो जाल्यार गौड देशा देखून येयले निमित्त गौडपादाचार्य म्हण नांव मिगेल वादू इगेन इदमित्थम म्हूण कोणें सांगचा जायना तशी त्रिहोत्रा दाखवून मागीर परशुरामान स्वतः यज्ञ कोरका म्हणले एक इच्छी कोरनु एक ज्ञानशील ब्राह्मण करान कोरोका म्हणले एक इच्छ धोरनु आणि खंयची ताणे भूंय एक दान केला की थंय रब्बू नज म्हणून एक भूंय हांगा ताणे समुद्र राजाला घेवन हांगा आमकां हाडलें म्हणून सांगले कडेन सह्याद्री कांडान तो तें 66 हांगा रब्बयलें थंय जाल्यार परशुराम थंय रब्ब न्ही परशुराम मुखारी केरळांत वता पुरे कडेन वता तमिळनाडू समेत वता थंय खंयचे ब्राह्मण मेळ्ळे ताका अपास संशोधन कोरता जाल्या विशय मंजेश्वर देवस्थाने 108 शिवालयांत एक म्हणलें उल्लेख केलो कडेन परशुराम सृश्टीचे तशी कोंकणी आनी मैथिलीक एक सिमिलॅरिटी त्या मान्य आमगेले कुलदेवता म्हणटाची मस्त कुलदेवस्थान हें त्रिहोत्रा रिजना आसा नेपाळ राया जाल्यार कुलदेवी महालसा नारायणी देवस्थान दामोदर कुंडा लागीं थंय म्हणून तिगेले मेन म्हूण सांगताच तशी आमी थंय नकून आयिल्लेच ऋग्वेदी आश्वलायना शाकाला शाकाध्याय आमी आश्वलायना सूत्र ग्रहसूत्राचे तशी हें बरें गोत्तशेले विशय षटकर्मी आमी हें विशय कसो एगेन एक काला मुखार स्लायडा येता याग यजन आमी म्हळ्यार याग कोरका आमी पाठ कोरका वरलेले ज्ञान घेवका आमी दान दिवका तशीची दान घेवका एक विशय उडगा आसता वर दान दिवच्या भशी दान घेतील होड आमी बटमामा दान दिवन तांगेले पांय दवरचे आमकां मना दिसता बरो हांव दिता अशें म्हण तशें न्हय तें दाना वट आमी कसं की आमगेलें कर्म दिवत तें तशी ब्राह्मण म्हणल्यार एक धर्म आसा दान घेवका आज कोणें दान घेतलें ना म्हण जाल्यार तुमी कर्म कशें काडटाची कर्म काडची कशी आमगेले मालगड्यान दिलेलें एक आयुध आसा तें कसं म्हूण सांगयात की तुमी तुमगेले बरो जाणा आसता आमगेले आयुध गायत्री उपासक आमी आज एक्सेल करता जी आमगेले जीन्स असो केन्ना थंय आमगेले गायत्री शक्ती आसा की केन्ना तरी आमगेले हें 4 आमी 5 यज्ञ बरयला हांगा हें यज्ञ 5 करता की आमी वयर आसताच तांतू मुख्य जावन आशिल्ले पितृयज्ञ केन्ना थंय आमगेले पित्रांक आमी चंद कोण पळयता की जी वसतना तांगेले मरणांतानंतर तांकां दिल्लेले तर्पण पिंड पावतकी म्हणून आमी सायंटिफिकली हांगा निमगुच्या पुरोच जाल्यार तुमकां अनुभव येता आनी तुमकां कळटा तेन्ना खंयचेय सायन्स येनाका तेन्ना कसं लॉजीक येनाका अनुभवशास्त्र दर्शनशास्त्र म्हळ्यार अनुभव कशें येवचो बुक्क येवचे वाजून येवचे न्ही तांतू इनवॉल्व जावन येवचें तांतू सांगिल्लें आशिल्लें कळ्ळी म्हण जाल्यार तुमकां खंडीत ज्ञान येता तिरुपती एक हॉटेलां भायर बरोवन आशिल्लें इट इज नॉट द दर्शन यू टेक इट इज द दर्शन ही गिव्स आमी हांगा शिमुद्र घालताची एक स्लाइड कंप्लीट करें हांवें सांगिल्लें तांकां म्हाका एक प्रॉम्प्ट करा शंखचक्र म्हूण शंख धरचें कोणा लायूत तें देवाले जाल्यार आमी घालताची देवा तुका पळोवका जाल्यार तुगेल वेस घालून बसता रे हांव म्हणून भाव नाशी कसने जायना भावाक बागसतल देव फेथ रुल्स द वर्ल्ड फेथ आस म्हण जाल्यार तुमकां हें दर्शन जाता दिवचें ताणें तशी हें पंचयज्ञ प्लीज मस्त नालेक अगेन मिसकॉन्सेप्शन आमी शैव वे आमी वैष्णव वे पुराजने आशिल्लेच पंचायतन सौर गणपत्य शाक्त शैव वैष्णव तांणी मागीर षण्मठ म्हणून सुब्रमण्याल आराधके आशिल्ले म्हणले एक वाद आसा तशें आमगेले पुराजनाक एक गोत्र म्हूण आसा गोत्र कुलदेव इश्टदेव ग्रामदेव हें पुरो आमगेलें एक इकोसिस्टम जेवो एक खंयची एक आमकां एक बांदून व्हरता म्हणटा पळय तशी एक 2 मिनट काडटा एक इम्पॉर्टंट विशय म्हळ्यार आज हांगा चातुर्मास धर्मपीठ आमी मठ म्हणटा जी जाल्यार सहज जावन सांगता जाल्लो विशय म्हळ्यार धर्मपीठ हे धर्मपीठ म्हळ्यार कसं म्हळ्यार आमकां धर्म सांगचें एक मात्र स्थान धर्म म्हळ्यार कसं न्हय म्हळ्यार एक शब्द आपास्तावळ सांगले हांवें ताका अर्थ करूं जायना तितले एक डेप्थ आशिल्लो विशय धर्म द्रौपदी भीष्मा निमगेत काय हांगा दुशासन तिगेले कापड दांडितस भीष्मा हें धर्म हें म्हण भीष्म सांगके द्रौपदी धर्मा विशय म्हाका सांगू जायना गो एक राय आशिल्लो भारी एक म्हळ्यार न्याय दितलो न्हू म्हणून ताका एक कशें म्हळ्यार तागेले रथ वाऱ्यार चलता म्हळ्यार एक तितले एक पंता ऋषीवर्यां भितर एक खंयची विशय कॉन्ट्रोवर्सी येता तांणी म्हणटा कितें रायाला वच ताका पुरा वतस तागेल्या वताचे ऋषी म्हणून तागेले क्वेश्चन घाल हें सम कितें आसा पटकन एक उत्तर देत घेतो म्हणजे हें म्हण म्हणजे धर्म सांगल ताणें अशी म्हूण फाटकन तागेलें रथ नेल्यार रायल खंय कितले खरी धर्मा विशयी तूं कोत्तेशेल म्हण उलयले न्हू तूं स्वधर्म तुका धर्म विंगडू आनेकले धर्म विंगडू बोथ ऑफ अस कॅन बी रायट एक क्वेश्चन 2 आन्सर आसता पुरो तशी एक धर्म त्या धर्म सांगच्याक एक धर्म इंटरप्रेट करून आमकां वाट दाखोवत आसले एक धर्मपीठ आज आमी लेक्चर बरोवचे आमी कम्युनिटी मस्तपण मायग्रेट जावन आनी आमगेले पोर्चुगीसा विशय गोतस जाल्यार पोर्चुगीसा नंतर जाल्यार आमकां मस्त व्हरलेले कम्युनिटीसान थामाटून दवरला शिवप्पा शासना म्हूण आसा वाजका तुमी एक कालारी आमी षटकर्मी न्हय आमकां त्रिकर्मी म्हणून डावनग्रेड केलेलो आसा आमी देवस्थानांत पूज करूं ना आमी देवस्थान बांदूं ना आमी दान घेवचे ना आमी यज्ञ करूं ना म्हणलेले निर्बंधन रायान घालेलो आसा तेन्ना आमगेले हेम्माडी आशिल्ले यादवेन स्वाम्यान तशीच जिवोत्तम स्वाम्यान गोकर्ण मठात तांणी निरसन म्हळ्यार देवाला प्रार्थना करून 12 वर्सां ड्रावट आयले खंय ते कोणाले ते रायाले तेन्ना त्या शिवप्पा म्हणलें ना स्वामी हांव माफ मागता तुमकां षटकर्मी न्ही त्रिकर्मी केले म्हगेले चुकी म्हूण दिलो शायलें समाज मस्त धमाटून आमकां हें करतना धर्मपिठान आमकां रक्षण करून मार्ग दाखयलेलो विशय तशी आज हांगा आम धर्मपिठाचे एक छायाचे एक अम्ब्रेला अंडर हांगे पुरा मेळ्ळ्यांची तशी तुमी जाल्यार मुखारसून ह्या पुरा विशय चिंतन करून आमगेल समाज मुखारसून व्हरका आमगेल समाज म्हळ्यार एक आमगेल आस्ती मुखारसून पिळगे तुमी तुमगेले जनाक खाली बँक बॅलन्स बिझनेसमॅन न्ही हाजे बंडवाळ जाल्यार दिवका म्हूण सांगून निमगून घेवन म्हगेल 2 उतरां भायर धन्यवाद
आमकां केलो विचार पुरा कळटा गेल तशी आमगेले आलोचन करची दृष्टिकोन समेत विंगड जाता वता तशीची मस्त पुरा विचार अतुल कुडवा मम्माले आमी अर्थ कोण घेवचे आसा आमी पुरा तिळवून घेवचे आसा जाल्यार आमकां सुमार कंप्लिटली पवर पॅक्ड सेशन आज आमगेले GSB मिलान आशिल्ले मित कंप्लिटली ऑलमोस्ट सुमार विशय कळलेले आसा धन्यवाद सांगताची तशीच हांव आतां उमेश भट म्हाका वेदिके वयर आपयता आसा अतुल कुडवा म्हाका फुला गुच्छ दिवचे खातीर तुमकां मातसो लायक जेव म्हणून हांव आश करताची मध्वाचार्य सांगताची नाना जनस्य शुश्रूषा कर्तव्य करवन्मिती हे म्हणून मानव सेव म्हणजे टॅक्साची जबाबदारी पावती केले म्हणून की एक व्हडली जबाबदारी आमगेर वयर आशिल्लें. तशीची एक संस्थान म्हणल्यार तेदना एक आमी एक ऑर्गनायझेशन म्हणून काम करता आसतना चॅरिटेबल म्हणून एक ट्रस्ट म्हणून काम करता आसतना आमगेर वयर रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी मस्त आसता. तशीची पार्थ सारथी चॅरिटेबल ट्रस्ट दाखोवन कसन कसन पुराचे ॲक्टिविटीज जाल्ला म्हणजे एक क्विक बर्ड वेव हांगासर.
जहां हर दिन 10,000 गरीबों का खाना बनता है, देखिए कैसे मंदिर के किचन में अब प्रसाद की जगह डिनर और लंच पक रहा है.
जिस मंदिर में भक्तों का प्रसाद बनता था, उस मंदिर में अब लंच बन रहा है, डिनर पक रहा है. गरीबों का पेट भरने का ये पुण्य काम बेंगलुरु का श्री काशी मठ मंदिर कर रहा है. रोजाना 10,000 लोगों का खाना तैयार किया जाता है. दिन बदलता है तो व्यंजन भी बदल जाता है. राइस की वैरायटी हर रोज चेंज कर दी जाती है. किसी दिन पुदीना राइस, किसी दिन लेमन राइस, तो किसी दिन कोकोनट राइस, कैबेज राइस या फिर कैरेट राइस परोसा जाता है. मेन्यू में रोज रोज बदलाव इसीलिए किया जा रहा है ताकि जिस व्यक्ति तक ये खाना पहुंच रहा है उसे हर दिन अलग अलग स्वाद मिले.
10 से 12,000 लोगों का खाना बनाने के लिए 800 किलो चावल, 200 किलो तेल और मसालों का उपयोग हो रहा है. सुबह 5 बजे किचन की ये प्रक्रिया शुरू होती है. खाना बनता है, खाना यहाँ पर टेबल पर लाया जाता है, इसकी पैकिंग होती है. अनवरत दोपहर 1 बजे तक ये काम चलता रहता है. बहुत कम लोगों को बहुत ज्यादा खाने के पैकेट्स जो हैं वो बांधने पड़ते हैं. यही वजह है कि काफी वक्त इसमें निकल जाता है, लेकिन जो जज्बा है, जो सेवा करने का जज्बा है, वो कम नहीं होता.
ವೆಲ್ಕಮ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್. ಕೊರೋನಾದ ನಡುವೆ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಆಹಾರ ಮತ್ತು ಫುಡ್ ಕಿಟ್ ಅನ್ನ ವಿತರಣೆ ಮಾಡಲಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ಕೂಡ ಈ ರೀತಿ. ಇದು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನ ಕಾಶಿ ಮಠ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಹೆಜ್ಜೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಸೋಂಕಿತರಿಗೆ ಅಗತ್ಯ ವಸ್ತುಗಳ ಕಿಟ್ ಅನ್ನ ಹಸ್ತಾಂತರ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಈ ಮೂಲಕ ವಿಕ್ಟೋರಿಯಾ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆಯಲ್ಲಿರೋ ಕೊರೋನಾ ಸೋಂಕಿತರಿಗೆ ಮಾನಸಿಕ ಸ್ಥೈರ್ಯ ತುಂಬುವ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನ ಮಾಡಲಾಗಿದೆ. ಈ ಕುರಿತು ಕಾಶಿ ಮಠದ ನಾರಾಯಣ ಶೆಣೈ ಮತ್ತು ಗುರುದತ್ ಅವರೊಂದಿಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರತಿನಿಧಿ ನಡೆಸಿರುವಂತಹ ಚಿಟ್ಚಾಟ್ ಅನ್ನ ಬನ್ನಿ ನೋಡೋಣ.
ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಕೊರೋನಾ ಸೋಂಕಿತರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ರೀತಿ ಮಾನಸಿಕ ಸ್ಥೈರ್ಯ ತುಂಬುವಂಥ ಕೆಲಸಗಳಾಗಬೇಕು ಮತ್ತು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಗತ್ಯ ಸೇವೆಗಳನ್ನು ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಕೊಡುತ್ತೆ. ಆದರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸೋಂಕಿತರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ಅವರ ಮಾನಸಿಕ ಸ್ಥೈರ್ಯ ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಅಥವಾ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂತೆ ಅಗತ್ಯ ವಸ್ತುಗಳನ್ನ ಕಿಟ್ಟನ್ನು ಕೊಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾಶಿ ಮಠ ಮುಂದಾಗಿದೆ. ಇವಾಗ ದೃಶ್ಯಗಳು ತೋರಿಸ್ತಾ ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ. ಕಾಶಿ ಮಠ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಕೂಡ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಒಂದು ವಿಕ್ಟೋರಿಯಾ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆಯ ಈ ಒಂದಿಷ್ಟು ಸೋಂಕಿತರ ಘಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಟ್ಟಾರೆಯಾಗಿ 19ರಿಂದ 20 ಮಕ್ಕಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರುಗಳಿಗೆ ಮಗಿ ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಆಟ ಸಾಮಾನುಗಳನ್ನು ಪೂರೈಕೆ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನ ಕಾಶಿ ಮಠ ಮಾಡ್ತದೆ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಇದು ವಿಭಿನ್ನವಾದಂಥ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ನೀರನ್ನು ಹೀಟರ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಈ ವಾಟರ್ ಹೀಟರ್ ಅನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಕೊಡೋದ್ರ ಮೂಲಕವಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ರೀತಿ ಅತ್ಯುತ್ತಮ ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಕಾರ್ಯವನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ
ಕೊರೋನಾ ಹೊಡೆತಕ್ಕೆ ಇಡೀ ದೇಶವೇ ಲಾಕ್ಡೌನ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದು, ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನ ಕಾಶಿ ಮಠ ಸಂಕಷ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಲುಕಿರುವವರ ನೆರವಿಗೆ ಧಾವಿಸಿದೆ. ಮಠದಲ್ಲೇ ನಿತ್ಯ ಆಹಾರ ತಯಾರಿಸಿ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನ ವಿವಿಧ ಭಾಗಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹಸಿದವರಿಗೆ ಹಂಚಲಾಗ್ತಿದೆ. ನಿತ್ಯ 8,000 ಆಹಾರ ಪೊಟ್ಟಣಗಳನ್ನು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನ ವಿವಿಧ ಭಾಗಗಳಿಗೆ ಸರಬರಾಜು ಮಾಡಲಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಮಠದ ಸಿಬ್ಬಂದಿಯೇ ತಯಾರಿಸಿ ಅನ್ನವನ್ನು ಪೊಟ್ಟಣಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬಿಸಿ ಸಂಕಷ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಲುಕಿರುವವರಿಗೆ ಹಂಚುತ್ತಿದ್ದು, ಈ ಮೂಲಕ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನ ಕಾಶಿ ಮಠ ಮಾನವೀಯತೆ ಮೆರೆಯುತ್ತಿದೆ.
ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನ ಕಾಶಿಮಠದ ಶ್ರೀ ಪಾರ್ಥ ಸಾರಥಿ ಟ್ರಸ್ಟ್ ಮುಖಾಂತರ 4,200ಕ್ಕೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಊಟದ ಪೊಟ್ಟಣಗಳನ್ನು ಹಂಚಲಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಯಶವಂತಪುರ ರೈಲ್ವೆ ನಿಲ್ದಾಣದಿಂದ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭವಾಗಿ ಮೇಕ್ರಿ ಸರ್ಕಲ್, ಹೆಬ್ಬಾಳ ಫ್ಲೈಓವರ್, ಕಂಟೋನ್ಮೆಂಟ್, ಕುರುಬರಹಳ್ಳಿ, ಶ್ರೀರಾಂಪುರ, ಓಕಳಿಪುರಂ ಸೇರಿ ಹಲವು ಕಡೆ ಇರುವ ನಿರ್ಗತಿಕರಿಗೆ ಆಹಾರವನ್ನು ಹಂಚಿಕೆ ಮಾಡಲಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ವಲಸೆ ಕಾರ್ಮಿಕರು, ನಿರ್ಗತಿಕರು, ಕಟ್ಟಡ ಕಾರ್ಮಿಕರಿಗೆ ಮೊದಲ ಆದ್ಯತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ 2 ಹೊತ್ತು ಆಹಾರವನ್ನು ವಿತರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
ह्या एक ॲक्टिव्हिटीन तो आम्ही पुरा व्हॉलंटियर जावन काम केलेले आमगे लाईफान तो विसरचे जायना तसले एक अनुभव आम्ही पॅक करता आशिल्ली तशी कंप्लिटली ऑर्गनायज्ड पुरा व्हॉलंटियर्स अशे पुरो कोण पुरा हाजी रुवारी घेतील असं कंप्लिटली त्या पुराची पॅक करूक एक कडे आणि पुरा कडे पेटोवचे एक कितली जन ह्या पुरा व्हॉलंटियर्स सगळे हांगा मस्त जन आसाची जोर जावन आम्ही एक क्लॅप मारयत 4,000 दोकून स्टार्ट जालेले फूड पॅकेट्स आमकां जाय म्हणून 15,000 ते जाले सकाळी सांजवाळ सेरून घेवन 15,000 फूड पॅकेट्स प्रति दिवस आमी पेटयता आशिल्लीची एक दीस रण अशी सुधींद्र तीर्थ स्वामी म्हणटाची आमी देवाल मोग पावका म्हूण घेवन जाल्यार आमगे सुತ್ತमुत्त आशिल्ले मनशांक सहाय करपाक सेवे करपाक सहाय म्हणजे कशी होड पद एक वर्ड म्हळ्यार सेवे म्हणून सांगताची तशी असल एक करचे अवकाश आमकां मेळिल्लो आसा तुमी हाजी पार्ट जावेत म्हूण सांगची तशीची आमगे कार्यक्रम मुखार येताची तशीची ह्या पार्थसारथी चॅरिटेबल ट्रस्ट दाखोवन मस्त पुरा कार्यक्रम जाल्लो आसा ह्या तुमी टीव्हींत आयलेले पळयलेले मस्त रेडियो तो रेडियो सिटी असे पुरा विंगड रेडियो चॅनल्स ಅಂತ ಇಲ್ಲ पुरा ॲक्टिव्हिटीज निरंतर जावन चलता असता तुम्ही समेत व्हॉलंटियर जावन येवेत म्हूण निमून घेताची आता ओवर टू मंगळक्का
जाल्यारी ब्रीफली सांगता जाल्यारी इंडियाज लार्जेस्ट ब्रोकरेज फर्म Zerodha हाजी हानी फाउंडर एंड CEO जावन आसच म्हळ्यार आमकां पुरो जाणां गोत आसा ही इज ऑल्सो अ CEO एट रेन मॅटर which funds and incubates innovative Indian fintech startups focusing on saving and investing. अथावा तांणी तांगेल कीनोट एड्रेस आमकां पुरा सांगता म्हणून निमगून घेता ओवर टू श्री नितीन कामत.
I used to set the context. I used to create the market. Yeah, sorry, yeah. So we built the trading platform on top of Omnisys. Srikanth, who's one of the founders, he's a director on our board. I think Atul left Omnisys in 2013-14. Omnisys got sold to something else. So I think one of the few businesses I'm obligated to through my life is Omnisys, because that was the reason we actually were able to start the business. So 2013 is when we became customers of Omnisys, 2012-13. Kailash, who heads our tech, joined us in 2013. Around him is when we started building our tech and products. 2015 is when we launched our in-house trading app called Kite. I think when we started the business, the problem that we were trying to solve is we need to do it at low cost, be transparent as a stockbroker. I mean, some of these problem statements. By 2015, we knew that the only way to build a business in today's world is you need to have a better product, right? You can't just take vendor products and try to compete in a technology world, right? You need to build your own product. Tesla can't outsource building cars to someone else and say, you know what, I'll be Tesla. It's impossible to do it. So 2015 is when we launched our in-house tech and products. 2016, we also did, accidentally, looking back, something very smart, which is when we built our products, whatever we used to build our products, we exposed it to startups, and we asked startups if you want to come build on top of us. Think of Android and App Store, right? As in, if you have an app, what do you call it? Android, so it's a Play Store, right? As in, if you go to Play Store, you see an app. So like that, we allowed for startups to come build on top of us. So that's how Rainmatter was born. Rainmatter is, like a fund incubator. So when these startups came to us, we also realized that they needed funds, capital to work on. The first startup we invested in, was a company called Small Case. The founder of Small Case is Nithin Kamath. So a lot of, like I said, people think, like me and Nithin Kamath are brothers even today, right? So, and there was another Kamath who's helped me through my life, which is KV Kamath, because, I've met him accidentally at meetings, but so many people thought I'm related to KV Kamath, right? Because there are only so few Kamaths, like in Bombay circuit, everyone thought this is some KV Kamath's cousin, son, whatever, who's building Zerodha, right? But anyways, 2016 we launched Rainmatter. The product kept getting better. More startups started coming and building on top of us. Business kept doing well, but in 2020 is when I think we really, okay, I hope you're okay. All right, okay. Yeah, sorry. So 2020, COVID happened. I think a lot of digital businesses in India got very lucky to be kind of at the right place, right time. We were at 10 lakh customers, 12 lakh customers when COVID happened. And suddenly there was this whole rush of customers who wanted to invest in the market. A lot of fence sitters, people who thought they will save, invest, but they were still sitting and thinking when, they were not deciding upon it. I think in COVID what happened, people were stuck at home, started spending less, so more money in their account. The interest rates outside dropped, and then stock markets were doing well. So it kind of got the whole generation of people who have never thought of investing to come to the markets. We were at around 10 lakh customers in 2020. We are at around, I think, around 1.3 crore customers today. So the, so the business, kind of did phenomenally well over the last 3-4 years. I think, looking back at Zerodha's journey, I think a few things that we got accidentally right. One is, like when we first started the business, the problem statements that we defined, it didn't stay, it kept evolving over time. I think a lot of times what happens is businesses start with a certain problem statement and it doesn't evolve over time. Like when we started, it was, I want to be low cost and transparent. Then it became, we want to be, we built Varsity, which is the largest education initiative on stock markets. Then it became education. Then it became better trading platform. Then it became, I am not the only one who can build the platform. We need to collaborate with others and have other people building platforms. So Rainmatter happened. And then it became about how do we help. Like today, if you were to ask me why is the reason Zerodha exists, it exists because we need to help people do better with the money, right? As in, like, if anyone has an account here, my obligation as a stockbroker is to make sure you do better with your money, and that's what we are working towards. It's a really hard problem to solve, right? But if you look at it, in the journey, the problem has only gotten harder over time, in the sense, the kind of problem, that statement that we are trying to solve for. So the other thing I think we did accidentally is not raising venture capital. We are a bootstrap business, so when we started the business, it was very hard to go and raise venture capital. And by the time 2013-14, when people came knocking at our door, we said we don't want to raise venture capital because, when you're building a business, you need to have some kind of a moat. As in, a moat is, you need to be able to say and do things which is very hard for your competition to do, right? Otherwise, the problem is, if you say and do something which is very easy for someone else to do, they will do it, right? So you'll not be able to, over a period of time, long period of time, build a moat. As in, how a business has to, be able to sustain, thrive, etc. in long periods of time. It's very hard to do it if you don't have an edge, right? And for us, we thought maybe not raising money will allow us to do things which is hard for people who have raised money to do, right? And it's kind of worked out very well. The other thing, accidentally again, which went very well, is this whole Rain Matter initiative, which is to say that we will not do, the problem is when you do something as a business, you want to build everything yourself. You want to own 100% of everything, right? So we said it's okay being 25% of something versus being 0% of nothing, right? So we said we will collaborate. So today Rain Matter has 80 odd startups, out of which 30 plus of them are, building products which are around the capital market ecosystem. And if we had attempted to do each one of these 30 things, I think we would have lost focus on our core business, which is, which we have done quite all right with, right? So that's something that we've done all right. I think that's really, Zerodha's journey. I probably 2-3 things that I'll probably share that worked well in this, in terms of my mental framework, which has kind of worked well. One is, I think, like a lot of people think Zerodha is a 13-year-old business because we started in 2010. But really, I started trading the market in the late 90s. So technically, it's actually a 23, 24-year-old business, right? We got really lucky only in 2016 onwards. So it took 16 years to get lucky, right? So a lot of people start business assuming that somehow you'll get up and, you have a business idea, it'll turn into, making money business very quickly. It doesn't, right? It takes a long time. Now, the trick in life is, how do you survive long enough to get lucky, right? In the sense, like, at the end of the day, right, luck is super critical, in any, and I give a lot of credit to luck. Being at the right place, right time is super critical. But one of the, I think, the mental framework around luck is, you need to be able to survive long enough to get lucky, right? I could survive 16 years before I got lucky. Now, how could I survive 16 years to get lucky? I was doing something that I really care about, right? It's very hard to grind it out when you're doing something that you don't care about. Like, if I was to say, for example, we're building a pharma business. Maybe I don't care about pharma business. Will I be able to grind it out for 16 years if I'm doing something I don't like? Maybe not. Maybe I would have done something else in my life, right? So I think the second thing is to be able to do that. I have, both my parents are here. I think my mom has been called to my, school, college almost every year from when I was a kid, because I was really the worst guy in class almost every year, right? So, like, I sometimes, look back at my life and I say, how did I turn all right? I think, because a lot of here are working professionals, as the event is, one of the problems in life I've seen is, once people get jobs, they stop being curious, right? In the sense, we are all wired, is that you study in school. And how do you study? We keep mugging up, right? As in, but then once you finish school, you get your college, you get your job. People somehow become old, right? As in, you stop being curious, as in, you stop wanting to learn more, or, wanting to do different things in life. I think one of the things I've done all right, actually, when I think about Nikhil, I dropped off in engineering college. Nikhil dropped off after his 11th standard. So we are, not really, good, but we've turned all right. I think we both had insecurities in life, right? Which is, what? I didn't study well in college. I need to continue learning more, right? And that over time compounds. You small little things that you keep doing and learning over time, it compounds over time. And it's not about learning one thing, right? You need to be able to pick up and learn different things, right? As in, maybe music, maybe sports, maybe whatever, right? As in, because each thing that you learn, I think helps you get better as a person, right? Over a period of time. I think this is not like a framework that I had in mind, but this is something that again, I think I accidentally got right, that I'm one of those jack of all trades. So I keep picking up stuff and I get bored and I go to a new thing, but in the process, I think I've kind of, I think I've become a better person, right? The other thing I think is I care about my health quite a bit, right? Because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how much of a money you make if you're not healthy, right? As in, and I've also realized that my own performance in my life, like how I spend my 24 hours of the day, it's a lot more. I can do a lot more if I'm eating well, I'm healthier. I mean, it's common sense, right? I mean, if you think about it, if you're healthy, you can do more in the time you have, right? And so I care quite a bit about my health, right? So I think, this is something, again, people forget. Because if you have 1 year, a person who's absolutely healthy can do a lot more in 1 year versus someone who's not healthy, right? So it's important to focus on health as well. And third, I think, this coming back to luck, I think it might sound cliched, but I think another way to get lucky in life is wanting people to get you lucky, right? That means the more the number of people around you want you to get lucky, the higher the odds of you getting lucky, right? So it starts with your team, it starts with your customers, it starts with everyone, right? The more number of people, say if I walk out of this room today and some of you here want me to get lucky, probably my odds of getting lucky in life increases slight amount, right? As Zerodha, I think one of the things that I'm most proud about is that we haven't spent a single rupee on marketing and advertising, right? All the 1.3, 1.4 crore customers today have opened accounts with us without us spending any marketing and advertising money, So, which means it's all word of mouth. It's essentially each of our customer wanting us to get lucky as a business, right? Because if you don't like a business, you don't care about a business, will you really talk about it to your friend, family? You may not, right? So that's really, I think, some of my learnings in my life. I mean, I'd be very happy to take questions, on anything, health, money, investing, finance, trading, building a business, So we can probably go one by one in this.
आम्ही 2-3 क्वेश्चन्स घेऊयात, couple of questions. माईक हांगे एक दितावा, ओके? रवीश. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಏಜ್?
Yeah. Hey Nithin, we are glad you're here.
Oh yeah, sorry, I can't hear.
Yes.
So it's okay?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah. Hey Nithin, it's glad that you're here today.
Oh, it's okay. Maybe just come in front and ask.
Yeah, so you were telling that how was your journey and all, and that's a bit, so it's good that we heard about your journey, but we wanted to know what were the challenges you faced, because you know that there were many brokerage apps in the market, but what were the challenges you faced when you bought your Zerodha into the market? That was the question.
Yeah, so he's asking me about challenges. I mean, the challenges have been different over different periods of time. But I think with Zerodha, the biggest in the business of money, credibility is really the biggest challenge, right? As in, will you trust a platform with money? Will you open a bank account and keep your money in that bank account? If not very easily, right? As in, maybe a lot of us here, if I were to ask you to lift your hands here, HDFC, ICICI, State Bank of India is probably 90% of the room, right? As in, so it's, I think the big challenge with Zerodha was really that, was how do we build credibility? How do we get someone to trust us as a business to keep their funds and securities with us? I don't know if, you guys know this, but our customers today hold 3 lakh crore worth of securities with us. That means,
Next question.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I don't think I did. Okay, so, sorry, I don't think I answered, completed your answer to that question. So, Yeah, so credibility was a challenge, and I think credibility becomes harder when you say it's low cost. For example, if I'm selling this jeans pant for 10,000 rupees, I might find a few buyers. But if I'm selling it for 100 rupees, you'll suddenly question the credibility, right? And the problem for us that we were at a cost which was much lower than what is in the market. So the second question people was like, what is the catch? Will you run away with my money, right? So because immediately if you offer a deal which is much better than all the deals around you, you question the credibility quality of it. So how did we solve it? No easy way to do it. I think looking back, I think 2-3 things that we did right. When we started the business, the first thing I did was started blogging, right? So we run a blog called Z Connect where I blog quite a bit. I answer people's queries, etc. And this is not very common in financial services firms. You don't have a CEO of a company actually sitting and responding to people's queries. It took a long period of time. I was I was on multiple platforms and doing the same thing. And I think it's actions, over a period of time, how you act as a business is what builds credibility with the customers, right? And so yeah, it's taken, I don't know, like 7-10 years, but the core framework at Zerodha is that we will never do anything to the customer that we will not want done to us, right? Like for example, we never spam SMS or email or push notification, right? As in, my competitors today send 20 push notifications in a week. I will never send it. I will send it only if it's very important. In the last year, we sent maybe 8 to 10 push notifications. That means, because I hate it when I get a push notification on my mobile, right? I didn't ask for this. Why are they sending it to me, right? As in, so if I don't want it done to me, I will not do it to my customer. And that framework, over a period of time, builds a lot of credibility, right? As in, so yeah, sorry.
Hello, I'm Shanbag from Value Point Group. Very proud of you, and you are an inspiring icon for many of us. So I have 2 questions. One, do you have any plans for young adults or younger generation to get into the systematic investment plan and programs? And the second question is, what is the future of Zerodha beyond Bharat? You have any plans beyond India? Because we want you to acquire at least 50% plus market share in the world market also. Yeah.
So about systematic investment planning, we just got our AMC approved. So we will have a mutual fund out in the next, I think we'll have our first fund launch in the next 3 to 4 weeks. I think what we are trying to do with the mutual fund is, it's a passive only AMC, which means it can charge very less and still, I think do all right. And 2 is we are trying to simplify the buying experience. One of the big problems with mutual funds in India today is there are 4,000 schemes. So if a young guy today wants to buy a mutual fund, you have 4,000 options to look at, right? And those 4,000 options are not simple. They are, if you go, it'll be like a hybrid, advantage. I still can't understand. Like some of these names, I don't understand why there are these names. The way we are thinking to do it is to simplify the experience. Like most people start investing in the market for 2 or 3 reasons. One is for retirement, one is for a rainy day, and one is for an event, right? You just need to be able to save towards one of these things, right? And so we are doing that. What is the future of Zerodha? I spent 3 or 4 months back in 2019 trying to buy a broker in the US to see if we can cut, copy, paste what we built as Zerodha in the US. But the realization very quickly was we cannot, right? Because the regulated businesses like us, each regulation in every country is different. So you cannot copy paste anything. Like even what the realization was, even our education platform was sitting, we can't, turn, I don't know what, Nithin into Nathan and just somehow easily convert this education content for the US. Like context is completely different. The realization was maybe it's not worth spending time, right? Also, I think India is at the center of the planet right now. So we have my 100% skin in the game is in India, right? And I think today, we don't have to work more for money, right? As in, I think all my money goals was met like 5-6 years back. So what we are doing today was as Zerodha, there are 2-3 things that we are attempting. Right? One is we need more Indians to be backing more Indian entrepreneurs. Right? Because today we depend too much on foreign capital. Like, I don't know if you guys know, in the last whatever VC investment in this country, 90% of all the money that came to startups came from abroad. Right? What it means is 90% of all the wealth creation happened outside India. Right? So if you look at all the startups and all the valuation, 90% of it got created outside India. India cannot become a rich country if wealth creation is happening outside on the resources of the country, right? I mean, it's just another version of East India Company then, right? Because we definitely got, roads and rails and English, but all the wealth creation got, it got created in Europe. Every time I go to London or, Spain, and, you see all these old buildings, I'm like, oh, dude, this is from either India or South America, right? So I think, like, today, everything that we do at Zerodha, the core idea is we need India to financialize. We need the money that goes into real estate, gold, and bank FD to come and back Indian entrepreneurs. Even a small portion of it coming here will mean wealth creation happening in this country. If wealth creation happens in this country, then India can become inclusively rich. Today, India is a poor country, to be very honest. $2,000 per capita, and half the Indians are below poverty line. I mean, Bangalore is a bubble. We're all living in a bubble. The real India is outside this, right? And we need that to get rich. Is when so that's something that we're working on. So what it also means is all our upside in our lives, we are backing entrepreneurs, right? Entrepreneurs in the for-profit sector and in the social sector, right? Because a lot of problems cannot be solved just by for-profit guys. We need the social sector people as well. So we have set up the Rain Matter Foundation, where we started with 1,000 crore allocation, helping social sector. And we have Rain Matter, the fintech, health, and climate, through which we are helping startups in the for-profit. And the chase is just this. Chase is to be able to help entrepreneurs in India do well, and kind of create a positive impact of sorts. And that's really the future of Zerodha.
This reminds me of being Atmanirbhar. Thank you and wishing you all the very best from all of us. But still, we have 2 more questions. Last, but we have one question from ground floor. So, masti jan taiwai baisungenu live streaming palaita sachi. Hanga hallway full jala. So, ground floor adakon palaita sachi. Hanga question amka sangtachi.
Hey Nithin, my name is Navani, and can you hear me?
Okay. You can keep the question ready. Question ready, Davan Gechi. Till then, ammi ek question imgoeta. Yes.
Okay.
Hello?
They're not.
Okay.
My name is Navni, and my question is.
Sorry.
Okay. My question is, there are. I know Zerodha has had 13 years of experience in the brokerage market, but recently there have been more apps coming up like IND Money, West Aid, or Grow, whatnot, right? So, what are the plans that Zerodha, and how are you planning to keep ahead of the market and make sure you retain your customers?
So one of the accidental things that we did as a business, right, is that when we incorporated Zerodha, it was a partnership firm, right? The reason it was partnership was the deposit requirements on exchanges was higher for a private limited firm, and we didn't have enough money to, become a private limited, higher deposit. So we became a partnership firm. The advantage of being a partnership firm was your financials were private, because if you're a private limited firm, you go to MCA, you pull the financials, you get to know whose profitability is what. Right? So we were a partnership firm till 2019, right? Because in 2019, the regulator came and said, dude, you're too big now. You cannot continue being partnership. Become a private limited. As soon as our financials went on, people figured how much profits we were making. Suddenly we had competitors, new competitors come up every 3 months, right? So it is, profit pools are like flowers that attract honeybees to it. Right, so there is no way you can continue making profits and not expect competition to come through. Right, so I think, India is a large market, right? As in today, there are 9 crore Indians who have a demat account, but out of this, there are only around 2.5 crore Indians who invest once a year in the market. Right, out of the 150 crore population, maybe 20 crore Indians can invest in the markets. Okay, so I mean, I'm not. Maybe 15 to 20 crores can invest in the market. So we are at 2.5 crores. So there is still a potential to be able to grow this market significantly. And so I think more competition is not bad. I mean, if my goal in life is India financializing, we need more competition to be able to do it. You know, it can't be just me doing it. I think I'm very excited with, for example, PhonePe launching a broking platform, because PhonePe has access to the maximum number of people in this country who can potentially invest and who are not investing, right? So I mean, how do we think about it as competition? You have to keep improving your product. I mean, there is no other way. I mean, if you don't evolve as a product, competition will catch up, and it's a law of the jungle. You know, I mean, it's really the fittest survive, right? So you need to keep getting better as a business. I think internally the way we think of Zerodha is that, I've said this before many times, you know, I think today's world is not about the big beating the small, it's about the fast beating the slow, right? It's really, your idea should be how do you remain fast and nimble as you grow as a business, because the problem is as business become bigger, they become slower, right? Slower to evolve, slower to adapt. So yeah, so the way we think at Zerodha is that we should be able to quickly keep evolving and be fast, be nimble on your feet. Because if you're not, someone's going to catch up on us, you know. And yeah, that's really, you know, how we're thinking about it.
Yeah. I have a Zerodha account, and the experience of opening an account was something which probably we couldn't even imagine. Sitting in a house and you can open an account in probably 30 minutes. Something which was unimaginable when probably we had an accounts like Stockholding Corporation or probably India Infoline. I think I should congratulate you for that. Absolutely fantastic, the way you have built that platform. And I would urge your people who have never tried that, probably open an account and feel that experience. It's a fantastic 30 minutes, you can open an account. One question probably, no, I have two questions rather. One question probably which is for the youngsters here. I work for a professional company, St. Gobain. Happy there for the last 20-25 years. You were also working for a company, but you took a decision to move from a working professional to start your own entrepreneurship. Not an easy decision. There are a lot of uncertainties, a lot of doubts creates in your own mind. So what is that one or two things, a message for the young people here that gives them the courage that you should go ahead and try that luck?
Right.
I mean, giving you no examples.
No, cheers. Okay, firstly, I think I missed in our journey. One of the biggest tipping points for Zerodha was when you could use Aadhaar for online onboarding customers. Because until 2016, an account opening was 40-page documents which needed 40 signatures. Once Aadhaar for eKYC, e-sign could be used, you could allow that happen in almost instantly. Now, while you are giving credit to us, I think you should give the credit to the government because they are the ones, they are the ones who enabled this. We were just one of the first few platforms to adopt this, right? Because today every broker does it. So, opening an account in 5 minutes today is not the edge, right? The edge is you open an account and experience our product. The product is really the edge, So, but yeah, coming back to your question, in terms of entrepreneurs, I think I kind of got lucky in this because I started quite early. Both my parents are here and they've been super supportive. I've done a lot of stupidity in my life, and today, I know I keep saying this, which is there is a very thin line between foolishness and passion. If it kind of works out, you're called passionate. Like, you're celebrating me because, I know it's worked out. But if it hadn't, you would have probably, I would be standing here, I want to see this foolish guy, So, right? So, I've pushed myself to the edge quite a few times. And I think looking back, I usually say this, like everyone who's thinking of being an entrepreneur, the only thing easy about entrepreneurship is really starting a business. Right? As in, there's nothing easy about nothing else which is easy. You can go file, get a PAN card, file your MCA, open a bank account. That's absolutely easy, right? But getting a customer to pay you money, putting a team together to be able to build a business, all of this is extremely complex. So I think one or two ways in which you can improve the odds is build core competency first, right? Which is like there is a saying, right? You sharpen your axe before chopping wood, right? As in, you know, if you have an idea, it's not, you can't just take an idea and turn it into a product and a business. It takes a lot more different types of skill sets. Work in an industry, spend some time, whichever industry that you like. You can't go from a coffee shop to a business very easily. You need to go from a coffee shop to experience to maybe starting a business. Of course, there is always exception. A Facebook was started from a college dorm, but that's one Facebook for maybe, I don't know, like 10 million businesses that perished, right? So I think build some core competency. Second thing, as an entrepreneur, I think, especially when you're starting off, you need to do is, I think you need to build a network of people. People don't focus that much. Because if I think about Zerodha as well, I think one of the reasons Zerodha did well was because there was 13 years that went before starting Zerodha, right? Understanding the industry, understanding the business, building connections with exchanges and regulators and all of that, right? Because it's very, and in today's world, like we could build Zerodha bootstrap, but if I were to start Zerodha again today, it's impossible to build it bootstrapped. Right? Today you need to be able to go raise venture capital money because it's become very hard. It's not, in 2010 startups was not very cool, right? As in, like 2023, everyone wants to do startups, right? It's very hard to build a business. So you need to raise venture capital. So you need to know, raising money from venture capital is marrying, I mean, you need to be, marrying the right kind of woman, right? As in, or a man, So you need to build some time, build relationships and know from whom you take money, because the person from whom you take money really determines your outcomes, right? If you take money from the wrong kind of person, even if you have a good business idea, it may not really have a great outcome, right? And three, I think, I might end up sounding, again, cliche, but I think in life, when your chase is money, you compromise. All your decision making is wired towards money, right? Like if you get up today and say, I want to make 1 crore rupees, all your decision making framework is, I want to make this 1 crore rupees, right? But if you get up and say, my chase in life is, I want to help the customer build a better product and all of this, money, if it has to come, it'll come, right? As in, it's really that, So, these are all simple things, but it's very hard to follow. It's very hard to get caught in the grind and forget about all of these things. But yeah, I think some of these things has kind of worked well for us. So.
Hello. Hello. My name is CGK Bhatt. I am investing in the shares since 1973. I was working in Bosch. Number 2, at that time trading I was not doing. It was under physical format. Hope you are knowing now. Since 2009, physical format to demat account started. Now, I have a hello. 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 I started getting demat account since 2009. But unfortunately, it's a good concept. What government has done is a good concept. But since 2009, I was not able to complete the demat account, complete it, even 10%. Rejections are coming from the various brokers, saying that signature not telling, everything is physically done. What is your opinion on that? Because a lot of senior persons are maybe there.
No, see, the thing is, anytime there is a large change, it always brings along some pain, right? I mean, I don't think you can push towards change, even if it's for better, without some pain. I mean, Dinesh is here. Maybe I'll ask him to, say hi to you and see how we can solve for your problem, right? But the dematerialization, which is essentially for people who don't know, India was like when NSE launched in India in 95, 96, NSE was the first country in the world to actually dematerialize. I mean, Indian exchanges and depositories were the first country in the world to dematerialize all your shares in 3 to 4 years. What is dematerialized? Until 95, if you bought a stock, you actually got a physical certificate. From 97, 98 onwards, if you bought a stock, it was a credit in your demat account, like how you have money in your bank account, right? But people who had bought shares in physical format and who didn't convert into demat, there is a lot of issues. And I don't know what's the right answer to this, but in your case, we can help. We can help you convert. That's.
Well, good afternoon, Nikhil. It's an inspiring journey, and definitely we all appreciate your efforts and your success. Well, sometime back we heard about that, it was a rumor probably, that, you are promoting a trading platform, but as far as you yourself are concerned, you have a lot of investments in fixed deposit. Is it true? Okay, I'm not sure whether that is really true. That is one. And second question is, what guides you in this, the path of turbulence? Like, basically lots of ups and downs in the market as we envisage. But then, is it spirituality? Do you practice spirituality? Do you practice what kind of religion? What guides you? That's something which we would like to know. Or it is plain, straight,
No, thanks a lot. Yeah, so the thing is, in Zerodha, so what happens is we have working capital requirements, right? So what it means is we keep funds with the clearing corporations, and they allow us margins for our customers to trade on. And we have to keep fixed deposits, so that's how we have a large fixed deposit exposure. It is not that, if you ask me in my personal account, there's no fixed deposit. In Nikhil's account, there's no, we're 100% in this thing. Wherever we need working capital, we place fixed deposits, that's about it. So hence we have a large fixed deposit exposure. But we do have a large sovereign gold bond exposure, right? Because, everything in my life has got, as in me, Nikhil, as in the family itself, our equity exposure is too much. So we have, we allocate 10 to 15% to gold. But we don't want to do it in physical gold because it's not good for the country. So we buy sovereign gold bonds. All companies love gold here. So I'm saying, so maybe, if you're planning to buy physical gold that sits in the, in your locker, instead of that, you should probably buy sovereign gold bonds because you get 2.5% from the government and you also get capital gain benefits, But, in terms of the thing is, I think I'm a different person today than what I was when Zerodha started, and or even before Zerodha started. The thing is, because of trading, right? I used to be a day trader. That means, in a day I used to trade, 100 times. And day trading is like being on a roller coaster, right? Roller coaster is fun if you do it once, right? But if you're doing it every day, like for 6 hours straight, it's not, you need a certain framework. And I think some of the rules that, I use to get through my day trading life, do well, is also something that I follow in business, which is, one is, know your worst case outcome before a trade, right? Before you enter something, if you know what's the worst that can happen, then you're better prepared when it really happens, right? And then if you're prepared for the worst case, what happens then is, if anything good happens, it feels like a bonus, right? Because the problem with, a lot of people that I see around me is, I'm also a very optimistic guy, but a lot of people are, I think, irrationally optimistic. Like, when you start a business, they all think, oh, in 1 year I'll get to 10 crore revenue. I'm like, dude, assume that in 1 year you'll be dead, right? Now work backwards, right? Because then, you're more rational when you're put through tougher times. Kailash, who heads our tech, is almost like my spiritual guru. And so a lot of my, I think, how I've evolved over time is also because of how he is as a person. And because I spend a lot of time around him. And like, for example, some of the, he's a big proponent of FOSS. FOSS is free and open source software. Free and open source software is where you build a software and give it away for others to use it for free. Usually everything that you do in life, you have a commercial interest, right? But when you do something with no commercial interest, just because it's doing good for someone else, I think that's really the truest form of art, right? Truest form of art is where you do an art and then you give away for others to use, right? But if you want money out of it, it's not a true form of art. It's really commercial in nature, right? Of course it is. So, I don't think IPL is art for sure. So I think a lot of I have my thinking has kind of more evolved. Spending a lot of time around him over time as well. So, but I think what has truly changed me is, I keep saying money is not important, but money is super important in life. I think getting to a point where more money means nothing, right, is really, I think, what has helped me evolve as a person. Because usually what happens, is as you make more money, luxuries become necessities. There's a lifestyle creep. It means, the more money you have, the more things you want to buy, right? And once you go down that road, I think there is no end to it. And that realization was, in the last 5-6 years, I haven't really bought anything myself. As my net worth might have gone 100 times or whatever, right? And just to be able to, the true freedom is not wanting anything, right? Because I think the problem around in life is that we are searching for happiness in something that we can buy. Unfortunately, happiness is not available there, right? As in, happiness is not available to be bought. And even with my son, I think, my biggest goal in life is to help him figure what he really is happy about. So he doesn't go around spending money to find that, right? And I think some of these, these thoughts and ideas, it's kind of evolved over time. And so I don't think, I don't know if I should be saying this. I don't really believe in some religion of sorts. But I do believe that, like I said, the earlier framework, what goes around comes around. So your job in life as a human is to get up and do good things to others, help as many people as possible. And I think that's really the core of every religion. Yes.
Thank you very much, Nithin. So inspirational, so motivational. How does the English over the sorry. Let's start by. I was changing Nithin. Nithin and ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಯೋಗ Thank you so much. I must thank Father Kamath, Father Zerodha. We're all proud of Zerodha, we're all proud of Nithin. Big round of applause. We are honored Nithin to have you here on the stage. Really honored. आणि बहुशा एक GSB आमची गेल्याने एक इव्हेंट आहे. फर्स्ट टाइम Nithin आलेच. I wish we should be a beginning. He should be one-on-one with us moving forward. I request you, Nithin. What do you say?
No, sure. I'll try.
Thank you, Nithin. So wonderful, so patient you are in answering some of the good questions, of course, and sharing your experience. We are really honored. We wish Zerodha great success, like newer heights, a world leader in the trading industry. Thank you so much, Nithin, for the time. We are very thankful to you.
Thank you so much. Wish you a request to build the minimum and Plaza gratitude.
So finally, wait. एक फुला गुच्छ आमी दिता आसाची दयदोन एक्सेप्ट करका म्हूण हांव निमगून घेता. नितीन कामत तांगेले आ नम्म रघुराम कामत आनी रेवती कामत हांगासरची. तशीची मोहीन माईन येवन घेवन दिवं का म्हूण निमगून घेता हांव फ्लावर बोके. A quick group pic. तशी अजित कामत तांणी आयलेची तांणी तांकां एक फ्लावर बुके म्हूण दिवं का म्हणून घेता. तशीच इतले वेळू नितीन कामत तांगेले एक्सपिरियन्स शेअर करून घेता आशिल्लीची. तशी आमी एक विशय उडगास करून घेताची वन्स अ टीचर इज ऑलवेज अ टीचर म्हणचे आमकां गोत आसा जाल्यार वी ऑलवेज फॉरगेट दॅट एके आमी केन्नाय मना दावन घेवका जाल्यार वी आर ऑलवेज द स्टुडंट ऑफ लायफ म्हणून. सो ते क्युरियोसिटी अशें पुरो मस्त विशय पुराचे आमी केन्नाय शिकता आसका म्हणचे मस्त इम्पॉर्टंट. तर नितीन कामतान आज सांगले कंटिन्युअस लर्निंग इज रियली इम्पॉर्टंट म्हणून. तशी आमगे स्वामन सांगिल्लें स्वाध्याय मस्त इम्पॉर्टंट म्हणून न्हू. आमगेल कोर कॉम्पिटन्सी बिल्ड करचे आमगेल जबाबदारी एंड इट्स रियली इम्पॉर्टंट एक ग्रो जावचे का म्हणून न्हू. एंड थँक्यू सो मच फॉर दीस वंडरफूल थॉट्स फॉर विजडम थॉट्स म्हणून सांगितलं. तशीच आमगेल कार्यक्रम मुखार सिताची एक सन व्हिडिओ प्रेझेंटेशन तुम्ही पळयताची आमगेले आईचे GSB मिलनाचे प्लॅटिनम स्पॉन्सर डायनामिक प्रिस्ट्रेसाचे श्री चेतन प्रभू हांगेले. Yes. Will you finish? I think. Okay.
श्री चेतन प्रभू हांणी येवन एक प्रेजेंटेशन आमकां दाखोवका म्हूण निमगून घेता. तुमी पळयला म्हणके इट्स व्हेरी इन्स्पायरींग. मेक इन इंडिया, मेक इन भारत म्हूण आमी कसं म्हणटाची आज ते पुरा आमकां हांगा दिसता आसा. आय इन्वायट यू श्री चेतन प्रभू.
Namaskar. A very good afternoon to all of you present in this August gathering. I, Chetan Prabhu, I am the director of Dynamic Prestress India Private Limited. Is glad to be a part of this unique gathering where we are getting inspired by the most influential business people here in Bangalore. So before I go into the presentation, I would like to tell you what Prestressing is. So Prestressing is basically a technology where we induce stress on the concretes like bridges, irrigation dams, buildings, flyovers, metros, and then we stress it with the help of jacks, hydraulic jacks, so that the stress is induced into the concrete, which can take all the vertical loads, heavy traffic loads, metro, rail loads, etc. So this is the gist of what Prestressing is. So we basically started in 1978 by my father, Sri Maruti Prabhu, who turned 72 today. So actually, so Nagesh Bhatt told me, you please come and give some about your gist about your company. So I said, okay, I will just come because I was not prepared for it. And so in 1978, my father shifted to Mumbai from a small place called Gokarna in Karnataka. Then eventually he was working in a company called Monsanto India as a lab assistant, where he got exposure about rubber testing and everything, which clicked idea that he should also do something for business. At that time there was no much jobs available and he was searching for a good job, but since there was no job available, he quit it and he started his own business in 1978 in a small rented place in Mumbai. Then eventually in 1988 we shifted to Nasik, which is hardly 200 kilometers away from Mumbai. There we started a pre-stressing factory. So pre-stressing, as I just said, is just like which is used in bridges, flyovers and all. Eventually then as we grew, the infrastructure was booming during that time, such as Konkan railways, and Delhi Metro was the first breakthrough for us in 2000, early 2000, where we could capitalize it. We started producing more and more different products so that we can cater to all such needs. And then in 2010, I joined business. That time we were a very small company and we had very small exposure. But in 2010, we eventually took risk and we developed few more products which can be used in bridges and buildings as well. And then So as I just said, in 1978 we started off with neoprene bearing, which act as a shock absorber between pillar and girders. So whenever you go over the bridge, you will not find anything, but slightly there is a elongation and compression happening in the bridge. Then eventually in 1989 we shifted to Nasik, started making such products. In 2004 we had a tie-up with a UAE based company to execute few projects in UAE, because we need a tie-up there. Otherwise, without any local tie-up, we cannot work in UAE or anywhere in Middle East. So we did that. Then again in 2011 we started off HDP plant, because initially it was galvanized pipe which was used across India, but then we said we have to go with the trend in the market, so we started with plastic pipes. Then we had tie-up with French company in 2018, and our projects. So we have around 70% market share in India across all metros, flyovers. Our prestigious project is Bullet Train, which is running from Mumbai to Ahmedabad. Then Bangalore Metro, recently inaugurated Bangalore-Mysore Expressway, Samruddhi Expressway. We are also doing Chennai-Bangalore Expressway. So right now we have more than 300 projects running all across India. We are also bidding for upcoming Bangalore Vijayawada Expressway as well. And so these star marks are the projects which we have completed last year. So many more have been joined in this year, which we couldn't do in this slide. So these are few of the projects, as I just said: Delhi Metro, Mumbai Metro, Bangalore Metro, PV Narasimha Flyover, Hyderabad, Eastern Freeway, Mumbai. And we also execute few international projects like Mauritius Metro, Malaysian Metro, Bangladesh big flyover, Etihad Rail, etc. So we have around 11 state-of-the-art manufacturing unit in Nasik, with around 1,500 plus employees. So as an entrepreneur, I feel as an entrepreneur in this field, last decade has been very overwhelming for me, as we contribute not only in the nation building, but also we are able to serve more than 1,500 families. Dynamic Prestress is also a strong believer of Make in India, and so we continuously strive to upgrade our product, service, technologies for being able to cater to the infrastructure development without any foreign support. And we are also a bootstrap company, so whatever funds we have, we usually try to use it in our business so that external support is less. Also, our mission is to build Dynamic as the most trusted business partner globally and provide exceptional service with value addition in the field of construction. So I know that GSB community is very educated, highly educated, and we have a lot of entrepreneurs just like Nithin Kamath and many more such people are there. So I feel very proud to be a part of that community, and I feel that we should all help each other emotionally, financially, whatever way possible we can, so that our community also rises in India. So thank you so much once again, and we, have a wonderful day ahead. Thank you.
श्री चेतन प्रभू का आमगेले हृदयपूर्वक धन्यवाद. तुमक पुरा गोत्त आसा खंयचे कार्यक्रम स्पॉन्सर्स नतिले जायना म्हूण सांगून आमगेले हे प्लॅटिनम स्पॉन्सर आका गणेश कामत, वन ऑफ द मेंबर्स ऑफ BKVS, हांणी एक पुष्पगुच्छ दिता आसाची. सो तुम्ही ऐकलंय मेक इन इंडिया. आता there is another very important thing that we all make in India and we love it. Guess what? Tea and coffee. तादिकुनु आता we'll have a short tea and coffee break. पुरा जनानी जल्तितल वगी लायनारी थंय टी एंड कॉफी घेवन ओपास हांगा वगी उपस्थित जावका म्हूण निमगोन घेता. इता म्हळ्यार we have many power packed discussions, including a panel discussion. ओके, तुम्ही दोन कडेन वचूं येता टी कॉफी घेवच्याका. हांगा लेफ्ट आर आसा आनी थंय माक्षी आसा. माक्षी दोन आसा, तुम्ही पळय येता. सो प्लीज हेड क्विकली टुवर्ड्स द टी एंड कॉफी. थँक यू. एक रिक्वेस्ट आसा, मागची 2 काउंटर्स उपयोग करून घेयाची. Left side counter, only the panel discussion people, because they have to get ready, and the other dignitaries mon request kon geta. Pura jana makshi davarlel tea coffee lagi head core kamon nimgita. Thank you. Dhanyavad. GSB Milan for working professionals हाजे गोल्ड स्पॉन्सर पै इंटरनॅशनल राजकुमार पै हांनी मुखार येवका म्हूण निमगून घेता आनी उमेश भटमाम हांनी येवन तांकां आमगेले धन्यवाद सांगताची एक पुष्पगुच्छ दिवका आमगेले टोकन ऑफ ग्रॅटिट्यूड म्हूण निमगून घेता. सगळ्यांक धन्यवाद. पुराजनांनी बहिसून घेवका म्हूण निमगून घेता चिके अनरेस्ट आनी डिस्टर्बन्सचे आसच्या पुरो आयिल्यान पुरा सीट सारी बहिसूका म्हणून विनंती. आमगेल आयचे ह्या कार्यक्रमाक ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ जनाक आजी हांगा उपस्थित जावच्याक साध्य नाशिल्लें बट जाल्यार तांणी आमकां तांगेल गुड विशीस पेटयला तें एक व्हिडिओ आतां हांव प्ले करी म्हणून विनंती करता सर. श्री विनय शेणय MD ऑफ इन्फिनियन टेक्नॉलॉजीज हांनी आमगेल GSB मिलन प्रोग्रामाक विशीस पेटयला.
सगळ्यांके नमस्कारू. आमकां गोतसल्या म्हणके बेंगळुरांतू मस्त जन वर्किंग प्रोफेशनल्स आसती मुख्य जावन IT क्षेत्रांतू तशीची कॉमर्स क्रिएटिव्ह आर्ट्स आनी अनेक व्यवहारांतूय आसती. आमगेले परम पूज्य श्रीमद संयमेंद्र तीर्थ स्वाम्यांगेलें बेंगळूर काशी मठांतू चलचें चातुर्मास ह्या संदर्भारी GSB मिलन म्हणलें हें एक चांग कार्यक्रमू यंग प्रोफेशनल्सां खातीर आयोजन केला. हे कार्यक्रमांतू आमगेल समाजांचे विविध क्षेत्रांत साधन केलेले मस्त लिडर्स तांगेले अनुभव आनी सूक्ष्म विचार कार्यक्रमांतू शेअर करता आसती. म्हगेल फ्रेंड गुरुदत्त प्रभून म्हाका हे कार्यक्रमांत येवन दोनी उत्तर उलोवका म्हणून सांगिल्लें आसा. जाल्यार म्हगेल प्रायर कमिटमेंट्सा निमित्ती म्हाका स्वतः भाग घेवच्या जातना हे कार्यक्रम यशस्वी जावो आनी हाजी लाभ सगळ्यांके मेळ्ळू तांग तांगेले प्रोफेशनल जिवनांतू मस्त उपयोग जातले म्हणून विश्वास म्हाका आसा. सगळ्यांके बरें जावो म्हणून देवा लागीं आनी स्वाम्या लागीं मागता. धन्यवाद.
विनय शेणे माम आनी इन्फिनियन टेक्नॉलॉजीज दोगांकय आमगेले धन्यवाद. आमगेले अनेक को स्पॉन्सर टेक्नोमेट ग्रुप नागेश भटमाम हांगा येयले आसाची. टेक्नोमेट ग्रुपाचे एक शॉर्ट व्हिडिओ प्रेजेंट करका म्हणून निमगीत हांव.
Technomic Group, pioneer in the thermal processing solutions since 1987. Heat treatment is a process that is used to alter the microstructure of the materials to enhance the properties which benefit the working life of a component. We, Technomic Group, are at Nasik, having signed an MOU with Bosch Limited, the largest automotive components and diesel system supplier to heavy truck and passenger car manufacturers in India. And we have established an exclusive state-of-the-art first in Nasik to have auto SCADA controlled sealed quench furnace setup. His Holiness Shri Sudhindra Tirtha Swamiji blessed us during the pre-opening ceremony. Nasik Technomic, as business partner, having long relationship with Bosch, has awarded us with Bosch India Suppliers Award during their centenary celebrations. First in India, on commercial basis, to put up ostempering facilities for Atlas Copco and Goldie Precision at Sinnar, and His Holiness Shri Samyamendra Tirtha Swamiji blessed us. We are single source of most critical wedges carbonitriding for Dynamic Prestress India Private Limited Nasik, and are hand-holding in the nation building by construction of metro and flyovers. We celebrated Silver Jubilee in the year 2012 and marched towards excellence. We, Technomic Group, had agreement with Bharat Gears Limited to establish plant in Mumbai, Mumbai and Lonand MIDC Satara. And similarly with Trans Auto International at Pune and with Avtech, a CK Birla company at Hosur. We are now in Hyderabad for Sweden company Epiroc Mining. His Holiness Shri Samyamendra Tirtha Swamiji blessed us here as well. It is our firm belief that with the blessings of His Holiness Shri Sudhindra Tirtha Swamiji and Shri Samyamendra Tirtha Swamiji, we have grown in contributing to the heat treatment markets in India. Pranams at the lotus feet of His Holiness. Shri Guru Bhyo Namaha.
हमारे संतोष भाव का एक ही दृष्टि थी ताका इथे कोण जण तशी जान तशी देवांचो लोकांमध्ये देवाचो विश्वास दवरून कोच अशें तेजे क्रमार ते आपण हरतन धरतन करतन सगळे जाले आणि प्रत्येकान तुवें चलतन आमकां दिसलें ज्यान प्रितीन केलें अशें म्हूण दिसलें मनाक इथे आम्हाला खुबशी रीत पळयतना तांचो प्रीत मागशास म्हूण करता तशी हांवें केलें ते सगळे बाकीचे विशय पळयतना आमकां प्रितीन केल्या ती अशें म्हूण दिसलें प्रितीन केलें ते साधारण मठाक निष्फळ जायना प्रितीक तितली शक्ती आसा तरी प्रितीन जरी कसलेंय काम ताजेर प्रितीन करा तातूंत मेळची फळ असंख्य आसतलें तशें हांगा जावचें आज स्वागत प्रितीन केलें की जावचें तें अनंत जातलें अशें विश्वासान तशें जावं का म्हूण देवानी प्रार्थना करता
श्री चेंपी नागेश भट हांणी मुखार येवका म्हूण इंगिता आनी आमगेले BKVS मेंबर गुरुदत्त प्रभ मामान तांकां एक पुष्पगुच्छ एंड टोकन ऑफ ग्रॅटिट्यूड दिवका. One more of our co-sponsors, MIPS Connect. रोहन प्रभू हांगा येयले आसाची सुरवेक तांगेले एक MIPS Connectaचे एक शॉर्ट व्हिडिओ प्ले करताची. मिप्स कनेक्ट हांगेल व्हिडिओ तुम्ही पळयले गुरुदत्त प्रभ माम आनी रोहन प्रभू हांणी मुखार येवका म्हूण निमगिता रोहन प्रभू हांगेल पोतू एका वर्सां भितरी प्रॉडक्ट डेवलप कोरनो they are working with many prestigious educational institutions Dehradun and Pure, so we welcome them. Gurudat Pramam tummi yevka ani Rajkumar Paimam tummi mukari yevno hanke pushpaguch divka mun nimgun geta. Are although it may sound very cliched really, Zalari, in the life of any working professional, also in the life of a GSB working professional, Badachi, change alone is constant. Tumi GSB Milan antayla tat change tumka dista asta, coffee break announce kartana ami sangile, tea and coffee mod. Thai watan tumku mellele, tajapashi ruch ashile, panaka, ani healthy, पानकी कशायो तुमको मिळाला सर सो and every professional takes this change in their stride and enjoys it to the hilt त्या आमगेल professionals आले एक भारी appreciable quality म्हण म्हाका दिसता अशी changes पुरा जाता आसतना आता आमी last few years पळयल कसं म्हळ्यार this technology revolution आमगेल्यान ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಜನಕ್ಕೆ technology म्हळ्यार भयंकर का त्या ॲप आपल्याक कसं जातकी ह्या सॉफ्टवेअर म्हळ्यार कसं की आमी कसं कोरका अँड हें पुरा जाताना हाऊ डू वी कीप आवर सेल्व्स रेलेवेंट इन टुडेज टेक्नॉलॉजिकल रेवल्यूशन म्हळ्यार एक भारी इंट्रस्टिंग पॅनल डिस्कशन आतां तुमगेल मुखार येवचें आसा आमगेले डिस्टिंग्विश्ड गेस्ट्सांक हांव एक कोरून आपयतां तांणी प्लीज वेदिकेर येवन बैसका म्हूण हांव निमगितां Dr. Jagdish Bhandarkar, partner, Deloitte Consulting. Shri Sudhir Pai, CEO, Magic Bricks. Shri Manohar Kamath, CXO and Chief, Mintra Fashion. Shri Ajay Prabhu, co-founder, President Tech Services, Quest Global. Shri Rajendra Kamath, CFO, Reliance Retail Limited. Shri Ajit Pai, COO, Delivery Limited. इतले जन आमगेल शायनिंग स्टार्स हे पॅनल डिस्कशन बसल्यांची हे पॅनल मॉडरेट करूक आतां हांव निमगून घेता श्रीमती सुचित्रा प्रभू हांणी स्टेजार येवका म्हूण सांगून सुचित्रा प्रभू हांणी शी इज अ ग्लोबल डायरेक्टर डेव्हलपमेंट सेंटर्स ऑफ एक्सलन्स ॲट यारा इंडिया हे कंपनी फर्टिलायझर्स स्पेसां आसा हांणी फुडें NIIT, IBM, इन्फोसिस, CGI, शेल हांतू पुरा इनवॉल्व जावन आसाची आतां हांव तांकां निमगून घेता सुचित्रा प्रभू तुमी हें पॅनल डिस्कशन मॉडरेट कोरका म्हूण सांगून धन्यवाद
Thank you. Very much pleasure makanga. Konkani and English mix konu leta. Not easy, but bhari santosh jala anik abharo makanga pelele. Also as a woman representative, so the women should clap. So आज आम्ही कसं करू आता मला सकाळ सकून we had a great start with a spiritual aspect. हां ऐकू पडतं So spiritual connection सकून आमकां start दिल सकाळी मी कुडुंब मामानं आणि मागेरी Nithin nailed it, representing a young generation, Chetan. Kashi we have transcended as a community, as a generation. Anga Sasajan baseline, I think collectively kitla 150 plus years experience, surely. So I won't take too much time. Just a quick context. IT Kashi Uday Jala India Malari. It started with moving some work to India, offshoring Manchashila. I started like that as an engineer. And Imagir must companies Infosys, Wipro, TCS, they took the stage. Tejatarek next round Kasail Malari, big corporates put their offices in India. Like Shell, I worked in Shell, Yara. Tani Anike knowledge, technology, and we grew further. And then what has emerged now is what you heard in the morning, startups. Amici, we are taking the world now. I hope there are more stories, more women on the stage. Konkani Amgal GSB Samajachi telling the stories in the years to come. I want to see the kids here on the stage, next generation. Okay. So with that, I'll start first question with Dr. Jagdish. Kasamalari, we talk spiritual and we are going to talk technology. So in your experience, at the AI Munaiku Padta, AI is catching fire in all directions. So spirituality, religion, Purushartha, and AI, what is your opinion?
It's a very difficult question here. Most of opinion say asta criticize koryata kasane koryata, but how Miguel opinion ham bolta asa. AI purai hantoi kanchai industry soni purantoi asa purantoi it's bringing about a revolution. Today at least take today think or chak time melde. So this is how you take technology to your advantage. AI korcha jay nahi. So AI religion na kashi he koreta. Can AI disrupt religion? Mast pura asa. Amgam gele काम आता मी कसन करता की फूड कसन सांगता म्हळ्यार अकाउंटन्सी जॉब अकाउंटंट्सान मात करचे जाता पेपर करचे जाता म्हणून आतां पुराय गेला आतां कंप्युटर्स येवन येवन पुराय हें जालें मस्जन मायर कसन सांगलें म्हळ्यार एक फील्ड वीच कॅनॉट बी डिसरप्टेड इज आर्ट्स कॉन्टेंट रायटींग आतां AI इमेजय क्रिएट करता कॉन्टेंटय क्रिएट करता तशें जाल्यार रिलिजनाक सोडता सिंपल एक आमी आलोचन करता म्हळ्यार रिलिजनान तो मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टंट थिंग इज फेथ केन्नाय डिसरप्शन जावचें फेथ ना मस्तसील कडेन ना आसा नातील कडेन आनी फेथान तो FAITH तांतूय AI आसा हांव आमगेल कॉलीग ऑफिसान तशी डिस्कशन करतना एक पण फर्डी मारच्याक टायम मेळटना असल एक पण डिस्कशन करतना नम्रत म्हण तेगेलें नांव तेण कसन सांगलें म्हळ्यार पुराय जने भायर पळयता ती आमी हे टायमार भितर पळोवका म्हणून सो वॉट इज फेथ FAITH सोडा ती देता AI म्हळ्यार कसन ऑलमायटी इनसायड It's not artificial intelligence, it is almighty inside. That's one profession which AI cannot disrupt is this. पळयाती मस्त जाना आमकां निमगिता ती खंयचे प्रोफेशन इम्पॉर्टंट विच AI कॅनॉट इन फॅक्ट नो टेक ओवर. हांव जोक सांगचें आशिल्लें आतां रियलिटी म्हूण म्हाका दिसता आसा कसन म्हळ्यार भटमाम जावचें. कित्याक पळयाती आमी हांसच्या पुरो ती तांणी श्रद्धेन प्रितीन सुधींद्र स्वामीन सांगला प्रितीन कसन काम केला श्रद्धेन कसन काम केला तें सफल जाता म्हूण येवन मुखारसून AI अवतारार भट्ट येवच्या पुरो ती तांगेल पशी लायक विचार जो तुमगेले ते प्रोनंसिएशन जो ते पुराय करचे पुरो ती जाल्यार तांकां तें कॉन्शियन्स तांकां ते प्रिती कसनय आसना AI तें आसचें आमगेले भटमामांक मात्र तेदन मात्र सफल जावचें. सो वन इन फॅक्ट नो प्लेस वेर AI will never be able to disrupt is this profession. येता पुरे जने भटमाम जायत म्हूण नाही सांगता आसचें बट I feel in fact no this is there are certain professions which AI cannot and religion is one of them. Okay, look at it from a different factor altogether. Where is it that AI as a technology खंय हेल्प कोर येता म्हणून रिलिजियस एक्टिविटीसाक आतां आमगेले GSB मिलनाचे पोस्टर्स आनी कोरका आमकां ते इफ यू डोंट हॅव दॅट स्किल सेट कसो कोर येता तेदन AI कॉन्टेंटाक ताका पुराय आमी हेल्प घेवं येता विच मिन्स ऑगमेंटींग. Okay, so there are many other fields which AI can disrupt. Religion as pala te na faith divinity temporai disrupt korchaka jaina. This is my opinion.
Now I'll move to Sudhir. Sudhir, a quick ऐकू येतोय? हां सुधीर, मॅजिक ब्रिक्सापासून थोडं सांगायची. आय नो लॉट ऑफ अस डू यूज इट इन वन वे ऑर द अदर बट बिगर क्वेश्चन इज वॉट इज इट फॉर द फ्युचर. रियल एस्टेट इज स्टील बडिंग आय थिंक इन इंडिया. देर इज अ लॉट देर आणि ऑल्सो विथ अ फोकस ऑन टेक्नॉलॉजी अँड वॉट आवर फ्युचर generation can look to do in this sector.
After the first question, I was very worried. Next is a concert. You handled it really well. I was thinking for last 5 minutes. Next question, makka iljalara kasa answer diyu kamu. Okay. On a serious note, Magic Bricks hame start karne 13 years chale. It's a 13-year-old company. We have had a long journey from our initial start days to where we are today. I hope all of you are familiar with the platform. Some of you must have used it to find properties. We are a search and discovery platform. So initial days, I think it went in building the platform. Two-sided platform, that's how it is called. Asal platforms are very successful. Ek side a buyer astat, ek side a seller astat. And it is important that what the buyer wants, you should have listings for the same type. Otherwise the platform does not work. So initial days onto most of the effort went in building the platform, getting a lot of buyers, getting a lot of sellers, getting the match between the buyers and sellers and making the platform work. Ek pati time jala hai, like Nithin had said in the morning, once you start succeeding, you attract competition. It changes the dynamics of the industry, so you have to deal with that. We went through that phase as well, somewhere between 2015-16, and the way we are placed right now is the platform is good, it is successful, we have ample choice. Right now the problem is a problem of plenty. If you search on it, you get lot of listings. It is about how we can help people to find exactly what they are looking for. Outside of that, आम्ही कसं करता असत की instead of just doing property search, there is a whole bunch of new services आम्ही platform म्हणतात ना start केला, so that we are able to address the entire ecosystem. So if some of you have got calls from Magic Bricks, on a lighter note, there is some more bad news because we have got it.
next question. To time the third So I'll move to fashion. Mr. Manohar, Mintra person and again a little bit on technology. Like, what is technology doing? E-commerce was the first one that got taken over by technology. What is the next game in fashion, retail? What's coming? Of course, crypto we hear in the market, so that's a bit of bouncer. Crypto as a digital currency as a, so then we have the other part of Bharat. How do you reach out to them? So touch upon some of these points.
Yeah, sure. Namaskar, Purajanaka. One announcement is I've moved on from Myntra last 2 months back, and so I'm talking in the capacity of Manohar Kamath, a professional. So first clarification. I've been in fashion industry for now more than about 34 years, and the last that I worked before Myntra was Shoppers Stop, which is the physical departmental store retail format. So most of the time in Shoppers, as we discussed about our future, most of the time denial technology will not kill organized retail or brick and mortar stores. There will be a point of time that all online retailers, which are technology driven retailers, will be out of cash and wind up. Right? This was a discussion in every meeting. And I know most of you are Myntra customers, right, in the audience. At least all the youngsters are Myntra customers already. So look at what technology can do, right? I think what Shoppers achieved, being a pioneer in organized retail in India, in 25 years, Myntra has actually done 6x business in less than 10 years. That is the power of technology. And Shoppers can reach through 85 outlets throughout the country. Myntra can today reach almost 90% of pin codes anywhere in the country, right? Seamlessly, including Karkal, where I come from. We have now even reached Mala and Durga, where we can deliver, right? That's the kind of reach online commerce has. So that is basically driven by technology. You spoke about AI, and I think he gave a brilliant answer on religion, AI. When I joined Myntra, one of the challenges in front of us was that is fashion really a science or art, right? Because we were a technology company in the business of fashion. So everything that we do or think, we will think from a customer standpoint, at the same time from a technology standpoint as to what can influence the customer differently versus whatever we did in the normal brick and mortar environment. So we had a product called Zerodha. It's a combination of computer vision, artificial intelligence, and machine learning. What we really did was, we had so much of data in the online world, right? Every transaction, I know how many customers downloaded my app, how many customers logged into my app, how much time they spent on each product, each page, how much did they buy. So entire journey is recorded in data. Now, this data we used, where we taught computers how to read the garment, because every garment is unique and the styling is different. There is a button-down collar, there is a Chinese collar, there is a regular collar. So at the end of it, we had a product called Zerodha, as I told you, combination of machine learning, artificial intelligence, and computer vision. And we started a brand to check if the computers are doing the right thing, or computers are able to do better than a designer. The first year, this brand that we set out to do through this technology did 270 crores of business, which is the highest any brand did in Indian ecosystem in fashion. So it works. Have we really gone to change everything that a designer does through technology? Not really. So the human brains are very important, human emotions are very important, and cultures are very important, because fashion gets influenced by multiple of these parameters. But yes, technology is a reality. As long as we are able to learn and master and get the best out of technology, I think everybody will benefit. Thank you.
Thank you. So you're almost sitting like the value chain. So in a way, so I will move from retail to manufacture. So to Ajay, he works in Quest Global, serving lot of manufacturing clients. आता change आता sir, you know, as end users we can choose the goods we need. Shirt configuration choose करूयाता, shoe configuration choose करूयाता. So retail is going all out. So on the manufacturing side, what is happening? Automation, Industry 4.0, other topics which I know you're serving the market. कसं जातं आणि कशी आम्ही प्रिपेअर करूयात for that kind of technology, if you can share.
Thank you. मस्त एक hard question ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲ. ಇದು म्हळ्यार हे मॅन्युफॅक्चरिंग तू म्हणलं आम्ही कसं करता म्हळ्यार engineering of products. So product is anything, you know, even software we do engineering. जाल्यार मेन म्हळ्यार प्रॉडक्ट म्हळ्यार आतां एक कार एक डिझायन करता जाल्यार 1000 गटल्यान इंजिनियर्सान काम करून एक 5-7 वर्स काम करून एक नवी कार हाडचे. त्या पुराय आतां मस्त ऑटोमेट जाता. तशी जी पॉवर जनरेशन आतां इक्विपमेंट तुगेले टर्बायन्स म्हणटा जी काली engineers day. Okay, so we think of engineers like Vishweshwaraya, right? So they made power available from falling water. There is a lot of technology and there is many things that we don't see. आमकां ते पळोवचें मेळना. तसले मस्त प्रॉडक्टाक इंजिनियर जावक आनी मिगेल कसो ह्या म्हळ्यार आतां आमी कोटी गटल्यान जन आसाची पॉप्युलेशन चड जाता आसा आमकां पुरो जाणां एक नमने भंय आतां AI आयल्या येवन पुरो जनाल जॉब वता. तशीच आतां एक 200 वर्स तकून म्हणलें येता आमी की इवन फुडें आतां तुमी आमी आदी मानव आसतना पुरो चमकून वच्चे पुरो खानदारी तूं कसो की गन्नी बॅगांनी घालून वच्चे. मागीर एक कोणकी एक कार्ट केल्लें एक व्हील घाल ताका. आतां त्या कार्टा वयर म्हळ्यार बुलक कार्टा वयर पुरो गन्नी बॅग्स घाल्ले वेल्लीचे. एक 10 जनाल काम केलें. मात्र आमी आतां कितले 8 बिलियन जन गेसाचे आमी आतां काम नातील बसला हांगा. त्यातनं पुरो जाणांनी केलें काम ना. तशेंच स्टीम टर्बायन स्टीम इंजीन म्हणून आयल्या तेन्ना इंडस्ट्रियल रेवल्युशन म्हणटा जे 150 years ago तेन्ना मस्त जान बैसून पळय अवंगाले न्ही करता आशिल्लीची ते अवंगाले कोरच्याक लक्ष गटल्यान जन तेन्ना लक्ष गटल्यान जन बैसून अवंगाल केलेले एकल्याक एक शालू एक लुंगी तितले मात्र मेळटा. आज पळय ऑटोमेट जाता आनी मिंत्रा बैसून कितल्यो तुमकां सेल करताचे दिसा एक घालून भोंवता तूं. तशें कितले ऑटोमेशन जावो कितलेच पुरो डिसरप्शन जावो आमकां पुरो जनाक एक काम आसता. हें एक इम्पॉर्टंट. मात्र तूं कसं काम करता विल बी डिफरंट. ओके आतां आमगेल्यान तुजें रोबोटिक्स आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजन्स मस्त पुरे सॉफ्टवेरान आमी चड उलयताची. मात्र इंडस्ट्रियलान तूं रोबोटिक्स आतां कशें म्हळ्यार फूड आतां चायना भितर लो कॉस्ट मॅन्युफॅक्चरींग आशिल्लें. लो कॉस्ट मॅन्युफॅक्चरींग जाल्यार कशें कोसवा थंय पुराय कोटी कटले जनाक बसून तांणी व्हडले फॅक्टरीन तूं लास्ट एक 40 years दाखून ते इंडस्ट्री बिल्ड जाताची लो कॉस्ट पुरे करून आमकां दिल्ले. आतां पुरे चायना दाखून येवचें आशिल्लें न्हय. आत्तां थंय ಕೆಲವು ಕಡೆನ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಆಟೋಮೇಷನ್. ओके व्हडली फॅक्टरी ಕೆಲವು बरे तुम्ही चित्र पळयलें फॅक्टरीचे कळवा. तसं आतां हांणी प्रभू तांणी तांगेले फॅक्टरी चित्र दाखयलां. तसो व्हडले फॅक्टरी मेगा फॅक्टरी भितर लायट समेत ऑन ना. कित्याक एक मनीस ना तांतू, पुरे ऑटोमेटेड, पुरे रोबोट्स. तसं जाल्यार आमगेलें कसलें काम गेल्लें ना वचना. आतां आमी कसं करता म्हणल्यार आमी rediscover our talent, what we want to do. It is always great. पाय घालून बैसू येता, हां पुरे येता रोबोट्स काम करता जाल्यार करची, आमी गमत करूया. कसं जाल्यार मात्र आमकां एक व्याप्ती जाय. व्याप्ती तूं कसं करता. आतां आजकाल तूं इन्फ्लुएन्सर म्हणालो, टिकटॉक, एंटरटेनमेंटा फूड आमी कितलें काम करून टायम वेस्ट करता आशिल्ले. बायल मनशी पाप सकाळ दाखोवन रात्री ते. आतां तुमकां लायक करून वॉट्सॅपार गमत करूं जायना वय, जाता काम केल्ला वय ना. तशें कंटिन्यू जाता वता. मात्र एक आमकां तूं सांगलें फेथ म्हळ्यार ऑप्टिमिजम आसता. आनी आमी लेखूक आमी कसं करूं जाता ह्या सर्कमस्टान्सीस. वी हॅव टू टेक द चेंज बाय वेलकम द चेंज. ओके वेलकम द चेंज अँड थिंक अबाउट वॉट इट इज दॅट वी हॅव टू डू. तशें म्हणलें.
थँक्यू. लायक एक्सप्लेन केलें. ऐकू पडटा. हां लायक एक्सप्लेन केलें. रियलिटीज आमी पळयला न्हय, मस्त चेंज जाला. इंडस्ट्रियलायझेशन, स्टीम इंजिन साकून आतां विथ इंटरनेट, IT काम चड जाता आसा. उणें कांय जाता ना, मात चड चलोवंक जाता आसा. बट मात चड चलोवंक जाल्यार चिक विंगड कन्विनियन्स मेळटा न्हय, ऑटोमेशन जावंक. सो ऑल दीस इज प्रोग्रेसींग. सो आय वील मूव टू राजेंद्र सर. वॉट इज युअर एक्सपिरियन्स? रिटेलान तुमी मस्त पळयला, लॉंग एक्सपिरियन्स बिल्डींग ऑन द फ्रॉम ब्रिक एंड मॉर्टर टू प्रोग्रेसीव ऑटोमेशन जाता आसा. कशी वर्क फोर्स हँडल करता सर? एक कंपनींत मल्टी जनरेशन आसता पुरो जन, हाऊ डू दे वर्क टुगेदर? ताजे पासून कसलें शेअर विथ टेक्नॉलॉजी? AI is one of the
technology is evolving, and every now and then we come across new technology in different, because retailing basically buy, move and sell. So there are different departments for each functions of retail. For example, buying, how you place order with vendors. Okay, so पुढली काळान तूं एक्चुअली ऑर्डर्स आमी पुरा बरोवन टायप करून वेंडरा पेटोवचे आशिल्ले. देन वी गॉट SAP. तो SAP ऑटोमॅटिकली सेंड्स ऑर्डर टू वेंडर्स. नाव हाव खंयची ऑर्डर पेटोवचे ते डिसायड करच्याक ऑटोमॅटीक ते पुरा डेटा एनालिसीस जाता. ते वर्कआउट कितली क्वॉन्टिटी खंयची स्टोराक कितली जावका, खंयची वेअरहावसाक करता, ते ऑटोमॅटिकली इट गोज. सो हे इवोल्युशनान तो वर्क फोर्स जो आसा तांकां आमी रिस्की करता ती और रिट्रेन करता ती, एंड वी अपग्रेड देयर स्किल्स एक्चुअली. समटायम्स इफ यू फाइंड देर आर एक्सेस वर्क फोर्स इन वन डिपार्टमेंट, वी शिफ्ट देम टू अदर वर्क फोर्स. सो वी ट्राय टू रिटेन वर्क फोर्स. ओके आतां वेअरहावसान फॉर एक्झाम्पल पिकिंग जाता. वी पिक द गुड्स एंड सेंड इट टू स्टोर्स. So picking, if you remove all the pickers and put them robots actually, so then so many pickers are not needed. Okay, then we need to retrain them and tell them how to make GRN document कशें करचें, विंगड जॉबां तांकां लावयता. So as and when technology changes, workforce retraining is needed, redeployment is needed. So all these things are needed, but at the same time we should welcome all the technology changes, because that ज्या स्केल आमी आतां हँडल करता ती, बिकॉज वी आर हँडलिंग 18,000 stores in 7,000 cities, okay, with 2,60,000 crores turnover per annum. So it is not possible for us to do anything manually now. So, and this is growing every now and then. So for us, always technology change is welcome. At the same time, retaining workforce is also important. So that balancing we are doing anyway. Thanks.
Thank you. So I think the message कसा म्हळ्यारी शिकचे केन्नाय राबना शिकता राबका change accept करका आमी aware आसका so workplace also it becomes easy. So real estate जालें AI ज्ञान जालें retail front end fashion जालें engineering manufacture workforce कसा वारला logistics. How do you get the goods home? म्हळ्यार आमी ऑर्डर करूया ती ॲपारी पुचो न्हू आनीक वॉट इज द एक्सपिरियन्स ऑर्डर केला मेळ का कॅश ऑन डिलिव्हरी इल्यारी कॅश दिवंका पे केला करेक्ट टायमार मेळ का दॅट इज द एक्सपिरियन्स वी वॉन्ट वी हॅव गॉट यूज टू इट सो दॅट इज अजीत हू शूड टॉक टू अस अबाउट डिलिव्हरी रियली गुड गोईंग ग्रेट नाव डिलिव्हरी.
I'm just reminded of when delivery was started way back in 2012, Mahat in Bombay in the Shilo. I was actually in real estate before moving to logistics, and some of my friends had started delivery very early days. They asked me to join, so I understood the concept from them, etc. And I गांवांतून मिलान सांगला I'm leaving my job and joining this startup. तान म्हाका निमगेल कसं करचें आनी I told him everything. He was also a businessman. म्हळ्यार जावका जाल्यार कर तशें कांय प्रॉब्लेम ना बट इतलें पुरा शिकून वापस ह्या लॉरी कामांत वतस तूं हें करक आशिल्लें जाल्यार रे मागीर गांवांत वचून भायर वचून इतलें शिकचें रे अगत्य आशिल्लें म्हणून बट it serves to he also was my biggest supporter. He said you should do it because his point also was that every industry has to see a change. Sakkad industry take change avka. Change is a constant malal pada. Every industry has to see a change. The reason why it is important is because see as the world changes, people's aspirations change. If the underlying logic of how people work, what they produce, what they how they do things, if that does not change, somewhere it impedes the growth of the economy and the market. So in a sense, if you look at logistics today, it was possibly the sector where change came in, possibly the last. India, if you look at the 25 years of economic liberalization, what you will find is that the first phase was actually services where change came in, followed by the front end of what the consumer wanted because people became aspirational, followed by now in the last few years manufacturing is seeing a significant amount of change with automation, with technology, with AI, and a sector like logistics which is a backbone. Why it is a backbone? Because goods have to move. They have to move from places to places. How they move is a separate point. Whether they moved by bullock cart 90 years back, they move by train or by truck, or tomorrow by drones. Equally, the critical element of logistics is that as things move, people need to know what is moving, how decisions have to be made on what is the best and the right way for it to move. And essentially, what delivery does today is that whether it is a consumer delivery, whether it is a delivery, whether it is movement from a factory to stores, from stores back to customer, or from the customer back, reverse logistics bantache. And the underpinning of why technology is important in this field, like in any other field, is that ultimately it brings in more efficiency, it brings in more reliability to the service, and it brings visibility to all of the participants who are looking for it. So I think that the answer so far as logistics is concerned is exactly the same as anything else, which is that all of the technology changes, whether it is in terms of say AI, tomorrow you could say, let us say automation, all of those things, ultimately they serve one purpose, which is to sort of make things more reliable, make the service more reliable, make the service more efficient, and hence afford the ability for more and more people to actually sort of use the underlying service, not logistics itself. You are ordering a t-shirt on Myntra. Now, if you go back 10 years, it used to cost maybe 150 rupees to transport something from across the country. Today, that is probably 50 rupees. Right? Now, when that happens, more and more people can buy these products, which otherwise would not have been accessible. So that is really I think the fundamental point. And I think most of the people here on this panel have spoken about it, about welcoming change. At least one principle that we at Delivery followed, and something which I think it is something I try and adopt in my personal life also, is not just to welcome change, but also actively look out. Where is change happening? Seek change. The one thing that you are clear about is that without change, that there is no world without change. So now you have two choices. You can wait or you can seek. The more you seek, the more time you have to understand it, adapt it, whether it is for your own personal or as a working professional, as a company and as a business. In fact, the larger thing is that businesses have to actively seek change, because businesses don't have much of in today's world, businesses don't have much of what I would call as in the earlier world, businesses had a right. The right because you were doing something well, you could wait for a long time and you could slowly change. Today, there are 10 other people waiting to disrupt you, and technology has made it easier to disrupt. And hence, it is important to seek change and then welcome it.
I'll just take 1 minute to explain aam kasa karta, and then I'm coming back for the bouncers. So I represent karta farmers and agriculture. Yara is a fertilizer company. Yara came into India. It's a Norwegian company. India and Thailand through the acquisition of Tata Chemicals in Babrala. They used to be a fertilizer company. So they acquired India and Thailand. So it's an MNC. But makkasa khush jat malari how to use my experience 30 years now to take it to the farmers. आता आमक पूरा लाइफ सुलभ जाता सा farmers आके जाम करना में तनी full this काम कर कावे without any prediction AI on weather. आता ये वर्ष पाऊस ऊन है. So tani kasa koryat te पाऊस ऊन असेल तन कशी तनी production maximize कोryत असल solutions AgTech म्हणो नवे branch येता सा ते develop जातस. So तुमका कोणा का interest असे if you want to ask me more you can talk to me later. But that apart, I'll go back for a rapid fire and then तुम्ही questions कोryat. Okay. So पूरा जनांका एक थोड़ा डे time मिलता. So I'll start from you, Sudhir. What do you think is the big technology that will disrupt us? AI way, but go a little beyond AI in the coming 5 to 10 years. What, in your opinion, will disrupt?
Hello. I think one, we have to be mentally prepared that something is always around the corner, right? And Sangil Mankechi, technology is like a superpower. Somebody who harnesses technology, he gets a competitive edge. Whether you are a business or whether you are an individual, you can perform better. And therefore, you should always keep watching out. What is available? What are the new things which are coming up which you can harness so that you are better off than what you were earlier. In response to your question, what is the technology to watch out for? And not AI, right? I think at this point of time, if I may give a rejoinder, I think the most disruptive thing that is on the table is actually AI, right? And ignoring AI in favor of something else perhaps is not appropriate. We have to play it well. It is not that AI will sakadal kaam wata asal sakad. I don't think it will be that way. But it is important to understand that it can be a disruptive technology. 20 years back there was internet, 10 years back there was mobile phone. It has completely changed the way the world is working today. I think the biggest one is AI at this point of time. Other than AI, we also have to be careful. There are a lot of fads going around. Few years back, NFT mone kaile, right? It came and perhaps it went. Some people tell me it is still there, but it came and it went. So I think we also have to be watchful what is a fad and what is a real disruptive change that is around the corner. My bets would be on AI, followed by probably blockchain.
Okay. Suchitra Sangil technology monia kanja disrupt karta. I'll just disrupt that question itself. Miguel Prakara kanchai technology amku disrupt korka monna. What is that one thing which can disrupt us or ourselves is our laziness. Alsai. Okay. So I think let's not bet on any technology. आम्ही 250 जल्लारी ऑटोमेशन आणि काही चढता आलोचन करा ते फूड कसं करत असेल ती टीव्ही चॅनल चेंज करके जातले चॅनल असं न्ही एक 2 चॅनल असेल बट एटलीस्ट चॅनल चेंज करके त्याला उठान घेऊन वत असेल ती आळसाय सूर जाल्ले इत्याक उठान घेऊन वचकार रिमोट हाता येयला लायक ओ रिमोट हाता येयला फॅन जाऊ का मस्त शाक हो सुचर मायन सांगलं पावस येणी असेल AC जाय पुराय वय वपास उठान घेऊन स्विच ऑन करका लेझीनेस डिसरप्शन येवचे कशी अशींची ताका कसन केला मी ऑटोमेटेड स्विचेस ताकाय हे दिलं कसं रिमोट सो असेल पुरा काय आत्ता कसं एलेक्सा सिरी हगूर सांगका म्हळ्यार मी मोबाईल फोन हे कसं जेव्हा हे केल्यार कष्ट बट इफ यू लुक एट इट तशी जावचे लर्निंग मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टंट थिंग बी क्युरियस नितिनान सांगलें पुराय करेक्ट आळसाय आसा म्हणटरी जाल्यार क्युरियोसिटीन आसना हेल्थय आसना सो वील हॅव टू इनफॅक्ट नो मूव आउट of our comfort zone, whatever it is, and we need to disrupt ourselves much faster than any technology disrupting us. This is my take.
Good answer.
Fashion Abhitari, again, artificial intelligence is the area where most of us are working. Basically to make, as Jagdish pointed out, make life simpler, easier. How can I make recommendation or what you see? Malari, on the app we have 2 lakh plus products and you want to see only the best 100. So how do I show you 100 that you want to see versus what Jagdish wants to see differently? So we are trying to use artificial intelligence to understand the consumer and give him what he wants. The second technology I see is 3D printing. I think, there is no one Indian size, and that is one of the biggest challenges when you order anything, right? You have to go to the trial room, wear it, and then see whether it fits you. Otherwise, the same size of a different brand is very different. 3D printing will start coming into play to make the manufacturing process just in time so that they're able to serve you better. Augmented reality is another technology which is coming in. Fashion shows need not hire super expensive 5-star hotels or models. Everything can happen through the augmented reality version with the same models or even the celebrities walking the floor for you at maybe 1/10 of the cost. And I see that technology being adopted in multiple areas, in gaming and fashion and maybe all kinds of business to consumer interactions. So these are the 3 that I think are going to be the disruptors.
सो जगदीशान सांगलें लेझी जावच्या नज्जा म्हूण मेगेल प्रकार एक विंगड AI सोडून विंगड एक टेक्नॉलॉजी डिस्रप्शन निमित्त कसो प्रॉब्लेम येता म्हूण सांगता लेझीनेस आसल्यार मेडिकल टेक्नॉलॉजीन तो मस्त इम्प्रूवमेंट जाता आणि पुरे जने आम्ही 10 वर्स 15 वर्स 20 वर्स चड वंताचे हे लेजी कशी रावचे कशी जीवन करचे म्हणून ते एक आलोचन करतात. आय एम व्हेरी शुअर अबाउट दस. हे आम्ही मस्त उरलेनाची पुरे जने चढावत ए आय त्या उरलेताच मात्र मेडिकल टेक्नॉलॉजी. सी दिस वन ऑफ द थिंग्स दॅट हॅपन्स इज ॲज पुरे मंडेन काम तूं आतां ॲग्रिकल्चर म्हणाली आतां आनी काही इंडियान तूं 35% तितल्या ज्यान ॲग्रिकल्चरांत आसा पाप बॅक ब्रेकिंग वर्क नो वेअर एल्स इन द वर्ल्ड इट इज लायक दॅट. ओके खाली एक 8% ज्यान पुरो आमी कितले जाणां फीड करच्याक थंय एक 4 टायम्स चड जाण काम करता आसा पाप तांकां आमी फ्री कोरया. ओके पुरे जाणां फ्री जाता आरामेर आमी आसचे पूरे कन्विनियन्सेस मेळता. वी हॅव टू गेट इन टू मोर ऑफ अ सर्वीस इकॉनॉमी सर्वीस मोड. You all have to create more things. You have to get into singing and coming up with creative things. You have to provide services to people who have more time. On the medical side, treatment anto mast pura improvement jatta saje. Mast. So that will keep you alive if you get sick. But there is more fundamental change. Aneka is happening at the embryonic stage in where certain diseases that are killing people today will be eliminated. So children will be born without having the possibility of ever them getting diabetic. Okay? All these things are going to improve our lifespan. For example, in 1947 we got independence. Our lifespan of Indians, okay, which is all of us, 42 years. How many of us would still be sitting in this room if our lifespan was 42 years? How many? Right? Not many. And what it has become now? It has become on average 62. In a place like this, Bengaluru, maybe it is more like 70, 75 years, okay? And this is going to increase. So think about how you are going to keep yourself busy.
That was mind-bending answer.
Three things where I see changes happening. One is how you make payment in stores. Since I belong to retail background, I am more relating to that. So you must have seen the UPI, how it changed entire thing. Okay. So going forward, maybe you don't have to carry wallet in the store. Just use your palm and do the payment. So that may happen. So it is walletless transaction, which I think very soon it will come. Then next is a lot of robots will be used for doing routine jobs, like in warehouses for picking, packing and all. Maybe stores, cashiers become as a robot. So I see that change happening, may not be very soon, but it is happening, evolving actually. Third thing is that entire finance industry, how you issue insurance policies, how you buy insurance policies, how you give loan, how you take loan, how you open bank accounts, how you do transactions. So entire thing is undergoing a lot of changes, and every day we are seeing some new things happening there. Okay, so there also I am seeing a lot of changes happening. So that is what I feel.
In my view, at least, whether AI or there's so many new technologies that are coming. Fundamentally, if you look at what it is doing, it is no different from how technology has affected human lives in the preceding 30 years or 40 years. In the first stage, what happened? So, for example, if you go back to the history of computers and India and the first big large-scale effect was basically in places where a lot of data entry had to be done. What used to be written in books, what got replaced by what was in a computer. What is happening today and what is AI? See, at the core of it, basically, the machines have gotten intelligent to a point where things that were largely analysis-based decisions. Malari, you have to look at 10 points of data and probably do some changes on that, some workings on that, and come to a decision. Today, a machine can replicate that. So in a sense, what is happening with technology is that more complex decisions are today being taken by technology, which started off in this era, whatever. I only know the last 30 years, so I don't know what happened before that. But in what happened in those days with very simple tasks being automated, today more complex tasks are being automated. And hence, the way I think about it, AI is nothing but a continuation of what we have seen so far, and it will work exactly in the same manner, where it will replace a lot of things where today a human needs to intervene. Going forward, hence, what happens is that human beings will have to, or human beings who are doing that kind of roles will have to be reskilled, or will have to learn how to move on to the next level of work and decision making. So in a sense, it is almost like AI is pushing us forward in our evolution of how to apply ourselves.
Thank you. So, must points Langa for all of you to reflect. Makai reflect korka. But yeah, my perspective also is I agree with most or all of what was said. Definitely quality of life improve jatasa, unimprove jatala, lifespan improve jatala. Lot of technologies will evolve because I think the human brain is becoming smarter as a consequence. So आम्ही innovation करचे improve जाता. मिगेल एक सान bouncer का जमाला ये सग जल्ला दिसता पुराणी वाचला री पुरा असल कहाणी आम्ही वाचला विमानारवतानी embryonic transplantation existed, lifespan management existed, time travel existed. So maybe आम्ही ओपास अनेक cycle arase. So with that, I think Angaj question answer I will take a pause. And tungal audience can take questions as Larry to any of the panel members. Let's take that.
8 minutes.
हाँ.
Audience question answer session पुढे moderator जावन आशिल्ली सुचित्रा प्रभू हांकां आमी एक क्वेश्चन घाला कशी. सो इतले वर्साचे तांगेले प्रोफेशनल जर्नी तांतू भितर आमकां पुराय एक क्वेश्चन येवची सहज म्हळ्यार मस्त कडेन बायल मनशांक मुखार वचाची की कश्ट जावच्या पुरो especially certain stages in life. So even the way we may go ahead and talk or not talk in a situation, must pura problems as chapura. But she's kept at it. And why? There are many working professionals, especially GSB working professionals, working women as such why Khandita. But specific question to her that how did she manage? Ani tine tik kashi disle ya pura in her journey. तीन कसा आमगेलो टिप्स शेअर करीत म्हणो निमका म्हणो आमके गमन आयले प्लीज.
Thank you for the question. काय ना म्हाका कशें सांगता म्हूण काडना एक at the highest level देवान दिलेलें भाग्य I think आमी आयकला आमगेल कर्म आमी कोरका आमगेल कर्म केला कशकी जावन म्हाका शिकोवन मेळ्ळी वार्डेक जाताना बामणाल सहाय मेळ्ळें वार्डेक जातेरी चेडू वाल सपोर्ट मेळ्ळें सो थिंग्स क्लिक्ड आनी दॅट हेल्प्स सो ते आसका भाग्य आसका आय थिंक नेक्स्ट आमी कसो करुयात आमगेल फ्री विलय आसता आमी आमगेल लायफ कशें चलोवंक म्हूण आमगेल हाता आसचें ते म्हाका दिसता एक कमिटमेंट आसका एक शिकून काडटाना आमी म्हाका केन्नाय क्लासान फस्ट टायम आशिल्लें सो तशी कॉम्पिटेटीव आशिल्ली तेन्ना इत्या सोडका शिकून जातरी कामांत इत्या सोडका वाय नॉट बी फस्ट टू गेट द नेक्स्ट प्रमोशन जो मुखार वचचें सो नेवर गिव अप कमिटेड आसका एक बायलमानचे लायफ चेंजीस येता वारडीक चेरडूमा व्हड करका मागीर व्हड जातरी तांकां सहाय करका सो तें सोडूनच तें इट्स पार्ट ऑफ आवर कर्म योगा कोरका बट बॅलन्स कोरका केन्ना चिके मागशी चोन चेरडूमाल फोकस कोरकालो कोरी आतां आमी येतान कॉम्पिटेटीव आशिल्ले वी कुडंट एफर्ड टू लूज अ इयर आतां तशें कांय ना यू कॅन टेक ब्रेक्स यू कॅन लूज इयर्स अँड कम बॅक इवन बेटर सो आतां कसा म्हणल्यार स्किल्स आर कन्सिडर्ड तुमी कसा कोरी आता म्हण सो मिगेल रिक्वेस्ट टू बायलो हू आर वॉन्टिंग टू परस्यू कॅरियर is stay committed and don't be competitive अशी नंबर ऑफ इयर्स येन ते मेजूका नाका कसं कोरकार की ते स्किल कोरका अर्थ कोरका अँड डू वेल अँड यू कॅन बी हॅपी बॅलन्सिंग सक्सेस इज नॉट जस्ट तू खंयचे पोजिशन खंयचे डेजिग्नेशन सक्सेस इज पुटिंग एवरीथींग टुगेदर चेरडोमा फॅमिली हेल्थ माइंड आ पीस एंड मस्त जाणांना जुलेला गिव बॅक एज मच एज यू कॅन आमकां प्रिविलेज मेळ्ळा देवाल दय मेळ्ळा आमी वी हॅव टू गिव टू अदर्स ऑल्सो आज ते मस्त ऐकला आमी सकाळ देखून सो आय वॉन्ट टू से दॅट दॅट्स ऑल
धन्यवाद ओके सो द मेसेज इज वी हॅव टू बी ऑल इन वन थँक यू आत्ता आमी ऑडियन्साचे एक 1 or 2 क्वेश्चन्स वी वूड लायक टू गिव एन ऑपॉर्च्युनिटी आमगेल वॉलंटियर्स आसाची तांणी तुमकां मायक दिताची
हॅलो ऐक पडटा सर हां मिगेल नांव विवेक म्हणून हांव लॉगिट्यूड म्हणून एक कंपनी विच इज OTT स्ट्रिमींग हातूं वायल वी टॉक अबाउट टेक्नॉलॉजी रेवल्यूशन पीपल मूविंग अप द चेन इट्स ऑल अबाउट सक्सेस and success comes with a tag of materialistic approach and we know 80-20 rule, right? 20% of the people look at 80% of the attention, especially younger generation where you are not running behind job but you are able to create job creators madlele tanche context ari because there is wealth of knowledge on the dayas. What would be your recommendation where you are not running behind the mad crowd, you can create something for yourself, and that success parameter you are able to define by yourself, not based on whatever the materialistic around. So what will be anyone, or there is too much of information that we can grasp with people on the table. That will be my question.
ಈಗ ಲೈಫ್ ಆನ್ ಸಕ್ಸಸ್ ದುಡ್ಡು ದತ್ತ ಮಟೀರಿಯಲಿಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಮಾತ್ರ म्हणून नाही मोटिवेशन एक मनशाक मिगेल सुತ್ತಮುತ್ತ अशे जना लायफ लायक कोरयता मिगेले पुरो डेवलप कोरयता तसल मोटिवेशन एक महा मोटिवेशन म्हळ्यार ते एक रब्बन आतां सुचित्रान तिने सांगताना म्हाका एक लायक कसो दिसलें म्हळ्यार तेगेलें एस्पिरेशन ओके सो ती क्लासान फस्ट येवका एवरी इयर फस्ट येवका तिगेले जॉब आंतू पूरा जना पशी लायक हांव कोरका म्हणून तसले एक आकांक्षा तेगेलो मनान तशिल्ल्या दॅट इज वॉट हॅज ब्रॉट सक्सेस अँड आय थिंक एवरीबडी हॅज टू हॅव दॅट आकांक्षा ओके नाव इन टर्म्स ऑफ जॉब क्रिएशन Nithin also talked about it. I think the main thing is starting कसले आमकां एक नॉलेज ना कसले कॉम्पिटन्सी ना अशी तूं हांव एक स्टार्ट करता न्ही म्हळ्यार चान्सेस आर लो दॅट यू विल सक्सीड ओके थोडेची 3 वर्सां 4 वर्सां 5 वर्सां ओके एक लायक कॉम्पिटन्सी डेवलप करून घेवका त्या तूं इंजिनियरींग शिकतना कोण घेव येता केलो जाणां 3rd इयर इंजिनियरिंगान सोडता हिता म्हळ्यार ताणें 12 क्लास दाखोवन स्टार्ट केला कसं की आनी कॉम्पिटन्सी आनी स्किल डेवलप केला पुरो तितले स्टार्टअप कोरयता आतां तूं कर न्ही तूं इंजिनियरींग जाता एक खंयचें काम जॉयन करी 4 वर्सां समज शीक आनी तेन्ना आयडिया घेवन मागीर तूं स्टार्टअप करी तेन्ना तुका जॉब क्रिएट करचो जाता करतना अर्ली फेजांत कोरका Okay, it is more successful, more better. You have nothing to lose. After 3 years, you may be a proud owner of a bike. Okay? Worst case, you will lose your bike. But if you succeed, you may create thousands of jobs. So go after that aspiration. एक आकांक्षा दवराची and take that step forward. 2, 3, 4
contributors in the process. Thank you.
Hello. Hi, my name is Arjun Malya. I've invested in this AI company called Languify AI. Got an opportunity through a friend at a very young stage, and now there are Titan Capital and a lot of new investors have got into it. What I wanted to understand was what is the journey that one can expect for EdTech and AI in learning for students? What will be the journey? That is something I wanted to understand. I mean, some input over there. Speaking as an investor, because I want to also know when I need to get out of that investment. Right now it's doing well, but I don't know where it's going to get. Some input there.
Your question is to address to whom?
Anyone can address it, I think. I'll go for it. You asked about AI, how it can help students, right? Okay. EdTech. Okay. Perfect. EdTech. Right. So, you'll एज्युकेशनान तूं मात्या काय करचें जाता कसा म्हळ्यार एक्स्ट्रा कितलो तुमी पर्सनलायज कोन या न्हू एज ए बडी हांव कशी तुका सक्सेसाक होर येता दॅट इज समथींग वीच यू वील हॅव टू लूक आउट फॉर इन द न्यू एज एडटेक It is not any more MOOC kind of edtech. Things have changed, and that's how you will have to in fact know game it. Kedan bhayer eveta bhayer yaukave, because everything is a call at that point of time. It becomes very difficult. So kasa malari bhayer yevch pashi, if you struggle there, and like what other panelists said, you might get lucky, and then in fact no, luck has its own way. So that's my view.
आता आमगेले अजित पै आनी डिलिव्हरीचे तांकां फ्लायट आसा तशें हांव तांणी कुडले वचूं का 1 मिनट ताका आमी हॉनर करून ताका पेटोवन दिताची विथ परमिशन ऑफ ऑल पॅनलिस्ट. राजाराम, कॅन यू so thank you very much Ajit. So we look forward to your knowledge in the coming days, sharing the knowledge in the coming days too. Thank you very much. Big loud Delhi ಗೊತ್ತು ಶಾಪುರ ತುಮका आता it is making big news. आमगेले लॉजिस्टिक्स ಅಂತ नी भारी नाव करता आसाची ताजे सीओ जावन आसा आमगेले अजित. So I think we can conclude with आमची गेल्याने एक समारंभांतू बहुशा इतली सायलेंट जावन इतली कॉन्सन्ट्रेशन दिवन एक पॅनलिस्टाक इतले जेवणा वेळार आफ्टर 1:30 I think you require big round of applause for yourself. Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so much. आम्ही इतली एफर्ट्स घालून केलेले एक भारी एक सार्थक भवन आमकां मेळटा आसा. बदल सांगता आसाचे इता म्हळ्यार ऑफकोर्स द पीपल सिटींग इन फ्रंट ऑफ यू आर नॉट स्मॉल पीपल. दे आर बिग नेम्स इन द इंडस्ट्री, वेरी बिग नेम्स इन द इंडस्ट्री. आम्ही आज तांगेले व्यू सायकलींची तांगेले एक्सपिरियन्स सायकलींची तांणी लायफांत कशी तांणी म्हळ्यार हांव मुखार येवका म्हणालें तें एक मोटिवेशन, एक 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 दृढ संकल्प म्हणटाची तें तांगेलें आशिल्लें. तांणी सक्सेस जाल्लींची तुम्ही पुरो यंगस्टर्स पाय तुम्ही हज्जा पशवयचे पोजिशन घेवका, वर्ल्ड लिडर्स जावका तुम्ही. आमगेल्यान तूं कोणी पाय येवच्या पुरोचे कोणी सांगू जायना. कोणी आमगेल्यान बशिल्ल्यान तेका वर्ल्ड लिडर जावच्या पुरो. वी ऑल डोंट नो. तशें जावन तुमकां मस्त 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 धन्यवाद. इट्स रियली हॉनर. आमगेले एक भारी आमकां संतोष येता. इता म्हळ्यार तुमगेले तसले पर्सनालिटीक आमी पर्सनालिटीसांक आमी हांगा बसून तुमगे हजरा उरलोचें तुमकां मेळ जाल्यार आमी घंटे गटल्यान राखू का नवे अपॉयंटमेंट घेवका म्हयने गटल्यान ना जे मेळना. अजित जाल्यार उरलो का जाल्यार हांव यो कसो गुरू हांव बिजी आसता म्हण तेका म्हणटा. बट नो सॉरी इन अ लायटर वे. ऑलवेज वेन ऑल ऑफ देम आर गुड फ्रेंड ऑफ मायंड. भारी खुशी जाता आसा. आमी मुखारसून लायक आमी काम कोर काम लेकलां आमी मुखारसून खंडीत करताची म्हणून सांगून तांकां एक दोनी आमी हॉनर दिताची. ताजे फुडें आमगेले ओटो आमगेले अनेक एकलो डिस्टिंग्विश्ड गेस्ट आसा R.S. शानबाग म्हणून. व्हॅल्यू पॉयंट सिस्टम्स म्हणून तागेले एक फर्म आसा भारी सन रितीरी. इता म्हळ्यार म्हाका ताका गोत्त आशिल्लो. आमी पर्सनल फ्रेंड्स फॉर सो मेनी इयर्स. मस्त सन रितीरी ताणें स्टार्ट केल्लें. आज तो इतली हॉट जावन वाडला म्हळ्यार. So one UK company has bought his company. I do not want to disclose the amount. I do not want to disclose the amount. ताका मोस्टली तुमी वच्चा सोडयच ना चांग दोकून भायर. R.S. शानबाग, please come. Give him a big round of applause. तो आज एक गेस्चर गुड गेस्चर सोडून वता आमकां. ताणें एक सांगलें कशें म्हळ्यार हांव म्हगेलें एक नवें लॅपटॉप हाडलां हांवें. आमगेले समाजाचे कोणें ब्रिलियंट चेल्ली चेल्लो कोणें आसल्यार इंजिनियरींग करता आसा फायनान्शियली तांकां हें आसा जाल्यार हांव हांगा हाडलां तें हँड ओवर करता म्हणून ताणें एक दिल्लें सांगिल्लें आसा. वी आर ऑल वेरी थँकफूल टू हिम. सो आय रिक्वेस्ट राजकुमार पैमाम टू रिसीव दॅट ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ BKVS Bengaluru Shri Kashi Mat. ಕೈಸ್ತೆ.
ओके सो धन्यवाद गुरु मस्त होड एप्रिशिएशन केलें एंड सो कसं सांगता म्हळ्यार लास्ट 4 घंटे नितीन कामत जावं स्वाम्यन जावं एंड ऑल द पैनलिस्ट एंड अदर स्पीकर्स सो इतले तांगेले नॉलेज एक्सपीरियंस शेअर केले म्हळ्यार सो वी आर so lucky, blessed to be here in this room today. So and all credit goes to Guru and the entire organizing team. Give a big round of applause to them. It is not a easy job. Sakkad jana coordination kornu hanga he forum ar hadch malari bhari kasta kama. So Guru, hats off to you and your team. Yeah, thank you. सो एकाची मेगेल अपेक्ष म्हळ्यार लायक वेन वी वर ग्रोईंग मस्त जनान आमकां हेल्प केलें तनु मन धन ಒಟ್ಟು दृश्टीची एंड आज आमी हे लेवलार येवका म्हळ्यार तांगेले ಒಟ್ಟು कॉन्ट्रिब्यूशन्स आर इनवॅल्युएबल इन अवर लायफ जर्नी. सो वेन एवर आई डोनेट और आई कॉन्ट्रिब्यूट टू इंडिविजुअल्स और ऑर्गनायझेशन मेगेल एकची रिक्वेस्ट म्हळ्यार भाई तुमी वर्काचे होड जावन असले स्टेजार येवन हजाकिंत चड कॉन्ट्रिब्यूट करका म्हणले एक अपेक्षा. सो तें विसर नाकाचें म्हणून आय जस्ट थॉट सो ऑलवेज इट इज ಕೆರೆ ನೀರನ್ನು ಕೆರೆಗೆ ಚೆಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ ತಶಿ. ಸೊ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಲಾಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಜಾಯ್ ಇನ್ ಗಿವಿಂಗ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಫಾರ್ ದ ಅಪಾರ್ಚುನಿಟಿ ಟು ಸರ್ವ್ ಇನ್ ದಿಸ್ ಫೋರಮ್. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
आतां ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ वेळान आमी आमगेले गेस्ट हॉनर कोरून मागीर लंच ब्रेक घेताची. मुगेले एक रिक्वेस्ट आसा तुमगे लागीं दनपार परां आनीकय आमी इंट्रस्टींग टॉपिक्स आनीकय इंट्रस्टींग प्रोग्राम्स घालून घेतला आमी. आमगेलें ट्रेडिशनल होम बिजनेस फॅमिली बिजनेस कसं म्हणटाचे आमी तें आज मल्टीफोल्ड्स तूं टॅक्नॉलॉजी यूज करून नवें तांगेलें एक डिजिटल मार्केटिंग यूज करून तांणी वयर हाडलें आसा. तसल 2 जाण ते 1 जाण आमगेले एक 4 जाण इनफॅक्ट भारी एक डिग्निटरीज आमगे ओटसाची तांगेले एक्सपिरियन्स आयकुया दनपार परा सेक्शनांत. तशींची एक्सेंचर म्हणून तुमकां गोत आसच्या पुरो मल्टीनॅशनल कंपनी भारी व्हड रितीर केलां. खंयचेय कॅम्पस वचाची खंयचेय इंजिनियरींग चेडूं निमगे हाची खंय गेले रे तुमकां काम म्हळ्यार आमकां एक्सेंचर जाल्लें आमकां इन्फोसीस जाल्लें म्हणटाची. तसल एक कंपनीचे मॅनेजींग डायरेक्टरू आमगेले हैदराबाद आसा सुधीर कोडवा तागेलें एक वर्क कॅरियर एक्सपिरियन्स म्हळ्यार तो कशी तो आज तितले व्हड कंपनीचे मॅनेजींग डायरेक्टर जाल्लो कशें तागेलें ताणें कसो पुरो ताणें अचीव करपाक जाय कसो तागेलो एक्सपिरियन्स तो एक शेअर करता आमगेले. तशींची एकलो IRS ऑफिसर आसा तो सॉफ्टवेअर इंजिनियर जावन आशिल्लो IBM तो लायक सांबाळ आशिल्लो. तें सोडून हांव IRS करता म्हूण सांगून IRS एग्जामा बसून प्रिपेर करून तो आज IRS ऑफिसर जाला डेप्युटी डायरेक्टर इन डायरेक्टरेट ऑफ रेवेन्यू इंटेलिजन्स. तो येता आसा नितीन कृष्ण शेणे येता आसा आमगेलें तागेलें एक केस स्टडी आसा कशें ताणें अचीव केलें कसो तागेलें आतां कसो रोल तागेलें त्या विशयार आमी उलयता आसाची. आनी तावळी आमगेले अजयान सांगलें चंद्रयाना म्हणून आमी त्या एक जाण आमगेलें समाजाचें सगळ्यांची आमगेले भारत देशाक भारत वर्षाक कॉन्ट्रिब्यूट केलें तसलें त्या एक जाणाक आमी आज आमची गेल्यांक सन्मान करता आसाची स्वामी आमगेलो सन्मान करता आसाची. तातूंत एकलो ISROचो मिशन डायरेक्टर जावन आशिल्लो. ही इज द फर्स्ट पर्सन, हांव ओपा सांगता, फर्स्ट पर्सन टू स्टार्ट दीस इनिशिएटीव. चंद्रयान 1 आनी मार्स मिशन हाजे मिशन डायरेक्टर जावन आशिल्लो. श्रीनिवास हेगडे म्हणून तो जस्ट रिटायर्ड जालो. तो आजी आमगेलो उठयता, आमगेले हॉनर घेता आनी आमकां दोन उतरां उलयता. तशींची डॉक्टर भास्कर पै म्हळ्यार अपोलो तो सर्जन जावन आसा. ताणें NGO स्टार्ट करून मस्त जाणा दुर्बळ्यांक तो स्पेशली एबल्ड किड्सांक तो एज्युकेशन, फ्री एज्युकेशन दिता आसा. आनी एकलो आमगेलो कर्नल गुरुदत्त शेणे म्हणून आसा. मिलिट्रीन तूं डिफेन्स ऑर्गनायझेशनान तूं डॉक्टर जावन आमी आत्ताचे लेट तुमी सांगू सर्जिकल स्ट्रायक्स, उरी स्ट्रायक्स म्हणून पुरो आयकून आसच्या पुरो. तांतूं पुरो कमांडर जावन आशिल्लो गुरुदत्त शेणे आमगे उठस. तो आमगे उठस तो ताकाय आमी एक सन्मान करता आसाची. सो ह्या पुरो कार्यक्रमाक तुमी आमी भाग जावका. आमी ट्रेडिशनल ह्या न्हय, आमी टॅक्नॉलॉजी आसतना आमी बैसून आयकताची, सपोर्ट करताची. म्हळ्यार एक तुमगेल्या रिक्वेस्ट करून म्हगेले दोन उतर उलयता. हांव राजारामाक आमगेल्या गेस्टाक एक हॉनर कोरका म्हणून सांगता. उमेश भट मामू, जीजी शेणे माम, आमगे उठो अन्नेकलो आजी डिग्नेटरी आसा प्रकाश प्रभू म्हणून. तो रिलायन्स ग्रुपाचो CFO म्हळ्यार विजन एक्सप्रेस म्हणून आसा, ताजो CFO तो. सो गणेश यो, गणेश कामत यो.
गुरुदत्त प्रभमाम तुमी तांकां पुष्पगुच्छ दिवका म्हूण निमगून घेता. मोहीन मायेने न्हू सुचित्रा प्रभू. ओ ऑलरेडी दिल्ले. ओके अण्णा मोहीन मायने येवका म्हूण निमगून घेता वेदिकेरी.
एक अनाउन्समेंट कसं म्हळ्यार
वेदव्यास बदरिवास वरदेशने मध्वरुत्कमलवास विमलेशने विमलेशने वेदव्यास बदरिवास वरदेशने मध्वरुत्कमल कमलवास विमलेशने विमलेशने अगहरा करुणाकर जगदीशने जगदन्तरङ्ग जया जगन्नाथने जगन्नाथने अगहरा करुणाकर जगदीशने जगदन्तरङ्ग जया जगन्नाथने जगन्नाथने वेदव्यास बदरिवास वरदेशने मध्व हृत्कमलवास विमलेशने विमलेशने परम पुरुष पदुमाक्षरे परात्परा परम पवन परमात्मने परात्परा परम पवन परमात्मने परब्रह्म परम पुरुष पदुमाक्षरे परात्परा परम पवन परमात्मने परात्परा परम पावन परमात्मने वेदव्यास वेदव्यास बदरिवास वरदेशने मध्वरुत्कमलवास विमलेशने विमलेशने आदिमूल अजपिता गरुड ध्वजने उदधिशयन श्रीमाधव कमलेशने कमलेशने आदिमूल अजपिता पिता गरुड ध्वजने उदधिशयन श्रीमाधव कमलेशने उदधिशयन श्रीमाधव कमलेशने वेदव्यास बदरिवास वरदेशने मध्वरुत्कमलवास विमलेशने विमलेशने श्रीश श्रीनिवास वेङ्कटेशने वेद ब्रह्म श्रीहरि वेदगम्यने वेदगम्यने श्रीश श्रीनिवास वेङ्कटेशने वेद ब्रह्म श्रीहरि वेदगम्यने वेदगम्यने वेदव्यास बदरिवास वरदेशने मध्व हृत्कमलवास विमलेशने विमलेशने वेदव्यास बदरिवास वरदेशने मध्व हृत्कमलवास विमलेशने विमलेशने वेदव्यास बदरिवास वेदव्यास वेदव्यास बदरिवास वेदव्यास हृत्कमलवास विमलेशने 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 विमलेशने
वेदप्रिया वेदव्यासप्रिया नादप्रिया जगन्नाथप्रिया
वेदप्रिया वेदव्यासप्रिया नादप्रिया जगन्नाथप्रिया वेदप्रिया वेदव्यासप्रिया नादप्रिया जगन्नाथप्रिया
ज्ञाननिधि प्रसन्नमूर्ति ज्ञाननिधि प्रसन्नमूर्ति सुधीन्द्रतीर्थ हृदयप्रिया वेदप्रिया वेदव्यासप्रिया नादप्रिया जगन्नाथप्रिया
वेदप्रिया वेदव्यासप्रिया नादप्रिया जगन्नाथप्रिया
కలియుగాంతు మహావిష్ణులో అవతారు కాశీ మఠ సంస్థాన శ్రీ అతివరు కలియుగాంతు మహావిష్ణులో అవతారు కాశీ మఠ సంస్థాన శ్రీ అతివరు శాంతదయానిధి वेद विशारदु शान्तदयानिधि वेद विशारदु लोक कल्याण कारण श्री हरि गुरु वेद प्रिया वेद व्यास प्रिया
आता थोडे इम्पॉर्टंट अनाउन्समेंट्स तुम्ही लेक्चर पुरो जेवणाविषयी कसलं बाय अनाउन्समेंट म्हणू बट जस्ट टू मेक इट इजी फॉर ऑल ऑफ अस मठाचे ग्राउंड फ्लोर थंय ऑलरेडी ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ आमगेल डेलिगेट्स आसची जलतितले सन्न प्रयेची आय बिलीव विनंती करता बिकॉज मस्त प्रोग्राम्स आसा तुमकां पुरो गोत्त आशिल्लींची अनेक आमी प्रोग्रामा सुरवेर सांगिल्लें हें टॅग हें इट्स एन आयडेंटिफिकेशन आमकां दॅट आमी हे GSB मिलन प्रोग्राम आयल्यांची म्हणून हे टॅग आशिल्ल्यांनी हांव सांगिल्ले कावंटर्सार वचून जेवण कोर येता वरलें कोणें आसल्यार तुमगेले टॅग नातल्यार प्रसाद मेळटा तें बेजमेंटा आसा तुम्ही प्लीज थंय वचून जेवण करून 3 गंट भितर येवका म्हणून विनंती.
दर्शन भाग्य आमगेले जीवन धन्य 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 वेद प्रिया वेद व्यास प्रिया नाद प्रिया जगन्नाथ प्रिया वेद प्रिया वेद व्यास प्रिया नाद प्रिया जगन्नाथ प्रिया ज्ञाननिधि प्रसन्न मूर्ति ज्ञाननिधि प्रसन्न मूर्ति सुधीन्द्र तीर्थ हृदय प्रिया
वेद प्रिया वेद व्यास प्रिया नाद प्रिया जगन्नाथ
वेद प्रिया वेद व्यास प्रिया नाद प्रिया जगन्नाथ प्रिया वेद व्यास प्रिया वेद व्यास प्रिया वेद व्यास
व्यासाय विष्णुरूपाय व्यासरूपाय विष्णवे नमो वै ब्रह्मनिधये वासिष्ठाय नमो नमः वेद व्यास हरि जय जय वेद व्यास हरि जय जय वेद व्यास हरि जय जय वेद व्यास हरि जय जय
मङ्गलनगरी मायापुरी मङ्गलनगरी मायापुरी संगशिशांक घेऊन चारी संगशिशांक घेऊन चारी गंगा तीरारी बसला गंगा तीरारी बसला हरी गंगा तीरारी बसला श्री हरी गंगा तीरारी बसला वेद व्यास हरी गंगा तीरारी बसला मंगल नगरी मायापुरी मंगल नगरी मायापुरी संग शिष्यांक घेऊन चारी संग शिष्यांक घेऊन चारी गंगा तीरारी बसला गंगा तीरारी बसला श्री हरी गंगा तीरारी बसला वेद व्यास गंगा तीरारी बसला
व्यासाय विष्णुरूपाय व्यासरूपाय विष्णवे नमो वै ब्रह्मनिधये वासिष्ठाय नमो नमः वेद व्यास हरि जय जय वेद व्यास हरि जय जय वेद व्यास हरि जय जय वेद व्यास हरि जय जय
शक्त परब्रह्म पादरायणु शब्द परब्रह्म पादरायणु व्यक्त सुधींद्र गुरुलय चित्तांतु व्यक्त सुधींद्र गुरुलय चित्तांतु सूक्त ज्ञान अनि अभय दीवनु सूक्त ज्ञान अनि अभय दीवनु भक्तांक उद्धार कोरचे खतीर भक्तांक उद्धार कोरचे खतीर गंगा तीरारी बसला हरी गंगा तीरारी बसला वेद व्यास हरी गंगा तीरारी बसला मंगल नगरी मायापुरी मंगल नगरी मायापुरी संग शिष्यांक घेऊन जारी गंगा तीरारी बसला हरी गंगा तीरारी बसला गंगा तीरारी बसला वेद व्यास हरी गंगा तीरारी बसला
व्यासाय विष्णुरूपाय व्यासरूपाय विष्णवे नमो वै ब्रह्मनिधये वासिष्ठाय नमो नमः वेद व्यास हरि जय जय वेद व्यास हरि जय जय वेद व्यास हरि जय जय वेद व्यास हरि जय जय
सत्य सनातनु श्रीनिकेतनु सत्य सनातनु श्रीनिकेतनु सत्यवतीले वरतनय जाऊनु सत्यवतीले वरतनय जाऊनु सत्य प्रतिपाद्य सप्तर्षि धामांतु सत्य प्रतिपाद्य सप्तर्षि धामांतु सत्यात्म श्री हरी 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 वेद व्यास हरी वेद व्यास हरी 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 सत्यात्म श्री हरि सत्यात्म श्री हरि सत्यात्म श्री हरि शुकांक घेऊनु सत्यात्म श्री हरि शुकांक घेऊनु गंगा तीरारी बसला गंगा तीरारी बसला मंगल नगरी मायापुरी मंगल नगरी मायापुरी मंगल नगरी मायापुरी मंगल नगरी मायापुरी संग शिष्यांक घेऊन चारी संग शिष्यांक घेऊन जारी गंगा तीरारी बसला गंगा तीरारी बसला श्री हरी गंगा तीरारी बसला श्री हरी गंगा तीरारी बसला गंगा तीरारी बसला वेद व्यास गंगा तीरारी बसला वेद व्यास हरी गंगा तीरारी बसला
व्यासाय विष्णुरूपाय व्यासरूपाय विष्णवे नमो वै ब्रह्मनिधये वासिष्ठाय नमो नमः वेद व्यास हरि जय जय वेद व्यास हरि जय जय वेद व्यास हरि जय जय वेद व्यास हरि जय जय
ದಾಸನಾಗಿಸುಯಲ್ ವ್ಯಾಸ ಶ್ರೀಶನೇ ದಾಸನಾಗಿಸುಯನ್ನ ವ್ಯಾಸ ಶ್ರೀಶನೇ ಏಸು ಜನ್ಮದ ಆಸೆಯೋ ಇದನಿ ಪೂರೈಸೋ ಏಸು ಜನ್ಮದ ಆಸೆಯೋ ಇದನಿ ಪೂರೈಸೋ ದಾಸನಾಗಿಸು ಎನ್ನ ವ್ಯಾಸ ಶ್ರೀಶನೇ ದಾಸನಾಗಿಸು ಎನ್ನ ವ್ಯಾಸ ಶ್ರೀಶನೇ ಆಸೆಗಳ ಪಾಶ ಬಿಡಿಸಿ ಧ್ಯಾಸ ನಿನ್ನ ಚರಣದಿರಿಸಿ ಆಸರೆಯನ್ನು ಎನಗೆ ನೀಡೋ ಸಾಸಿರ ನಾಮದ ದೊರೆಯೇ ಆಸೆಗಳ ಪಾಶ ಬಿಡಿಸಿ ಧ್ಯಾಸ ನಿನ್ನ ಚರಣದಿರಿಸಿ ಆಸರೆಯನ್ನು ಎನಗೆ ನೀಡೋ ಸಾಸಿರ ನಾಮದ ದೊರೆ ದಾಸನಾಗಿಸು ಎನ್ನ ವ್ಯಾಸ ಶ್ರೀಶನೇ ದಾಸನಾಗಿಸು ಎನ್ನ ದಾಸನಾಗಿಸು ಎನ್ನ ದಾಸನಾಗಿಸು ಎನ್ನ ವ್ಯಾಸ ಶ್ರೀಶನೇ ವಿಷಯ ವಾಸನೆಗೆ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿ ಮೋಸ ಹೋದೆನೋ ನಾನು ಶ್ವಾಸಗಿರುವ ತನಕ ಎನ್ನ ಹೃದಯದಲ್ಲಿ ವಾಸಿಸು ವಿಷಯ ವಾಸನೆಗೆ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿ ಮೋಸ ಹೋದೆನೋ ನಾನು ಶ್ವಾಸಗಿರುವ ತನಕ ಎನ್ನ ಹೃದಯದಲ್ಲಿ ವಾಸಿಸು ದಾಸನಾಗಿಸು ಎನ್ನ ವ್ಯಾಸ ಶ್ರೀಶನೇ ದಾಸನಾಗಿಸು ಎನ್ನ ವ್ಯಾಸ ಶ್ರೀಶನೇ ಸಕಲ ನಾಶ ಮಾಡೋ ವಾಸವಿಸುತ್ತ ಸರ್ವೇಶನೇ ಭಕ್ತಿ ರಸವನ್ನು ಕುಡಿಸೋ ಪೋಷಕ ಶ್ರೀಹರಿ ಆ ಶ್ರೀಹರಿಯೇ ಆ ಸಕಲ ನಾಶ ಮಾಡೋ ವಾಸವಿಸುತ್ತ ಸರ್ವೇಶನೇ ಭಕ್ತಿ ರಸವನ್ನು ಕುಡಿಸೋ ಪೋಷಕ ಶ್ರೀಹರಿಯೇ ದಾಸನಾಗಿಸು ಎನ್ನ ದಾಸನಾಗಿಸು ಎನ್ನ ವ್ಯಾಸ ಶ್ರೀಶನೇ ಏಸು ಜನ್ಮದ ಆಸೆಯೋ ಇದನಿ
ಶ್ರೀಶನೇ ದಾಸನಾಗಿಸುಯನ್ನ ವ್ಯಾಸ ಶ್ರೀಶನೇ ದಾಸನಾಗಿಸುಯನ್ನ 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 ವ್ಯಾಸ ಶ್ರೀಶನೇ ವ್ಯಾಸ ಶ್ರೀಶನೇ ವ್ಯಾಸ ಶ್ರೀಶನೇ व्यासाय विष्णुरूपाय व्यासरूपाय विष्णवे नमो वै ब्रह्मनिधे वासिष्ठाय नमो नमः नमो वै ब्रह्मनिधये वासिष्ठाय नमो नमः वेदव्यास जय जय वेदव्यास जय तेजसाय जय जय वेदव्यास जय वेदव्यास जय जय वेदव्यास जय तेजसाय जय जय वेदव्यास जय वेदव्यास जय जय वेदव्यास जय तेजसाय जय जय वेदव्यास जय ज्ञानपूर्णाय जय बादरायणाय जय गुणपूर्णाय जय नारायणाय जय ज्ञानपूर्णाय जय बादरायणाय जय गुणपूर्णाय जय नारायणाय जय वेदव्यास जय जय वेदव्यास जय तेजसाय जय जय वेदव्यास जय वेदव्यास जय जय वेदव्यास जय तेजसाय जय जय वेदव्यास जय प्रतिपाद्य जय सकल कार्य साध्य जय आदिदेवाय जय द्वैपायनाय जय वेद प्रतिपाद्य जय सकल कार्य साध्य जय आदिदेवाय जय द्वैपायनाय जय आदिदेवाय जय द्वैपायनाय जय वेदव्यास जय जय वेदव्यास जय तेजसाय जय जय वेदव्यास जय वेदव्यास जय जय वेदव्यास जय तेजसाय जय जय वेदव्यास जय कीटमोक्षप्रद जय कामितफलदात जय पारशर्याय जय वासिष्ठ कृष्ण जय कीटमोक्षप्रद जय कामितफलदात जय पारशर्याय जय वासिष्ठ कृष्ण जय वेदव्यास जय जय वेदव्यास जय तेजसाय जय जय वेदव्यास जय वेदव्यास जय जय वेदव्यास जय तेजसाय जय जय वेदव्यास जय पुरुषोत्तम जय परमात्मा जय ज्ञान अभयदात जय श्रीहरि सदा जय पुरुषोत्तम जय परमात्मा जय ज्ञान अभयदात जय श्रीहरि सदा जय ज्ञान अभयदात जय श्रीहरि सदा जय वेदव्यास जय जय वेदव्यास जय तेजसाय जय जय वेदव्यास जय वेदव्यास जय जय वेदव्यास जय तेजसाय जय जय वेदव्यास जय वेदव्यास जय वेदव्यास वेदव्यास जय 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 वेदव्यास वेदव्यास जय जय वेदव्यास जय तेजसाय जय जय वेदव्यास जय वेदव्यास जय वेदव्यास जय
विष्णु अवतारु गुरु वेदव्यासु कोटि सूर्य प्रकाशु अनाथ रक्षकु महाविष्णु अवतारु गुरु वेदव्यासु कोटि सूर्य प्रकाशु अनाथ रक्षकु सुंदर दिसताते मोत्याचे किरीट कावी वस्त्र कमंडल महिमा विराट सुंदर दिसताते मोत्याचे किरीट काव्यवस्त्र कमंडल महिमा विराट बंधुनु घेतला ते जटा मुकुट त्रिकाल पूजन तका काशी मठांतो महाविष्णु अवतार गुरु वेद व्यासु कोटि सूर्य प्रकाशु अनाथ रक्षकु पवमानाभिषेकु नित्यागत व्यासु शांति समाधान दित्त विद्याधीशु पवमानाभिषेकु नित्यागत व्यासु शांति समाधान दित्त विद्याधीशु गौड़ सारस्वता समाज उद्धारकु सनातन हिंदू धर्म रक्षकु महाविष्णु अवतार गुरु वेद व्यासु कोटि सूर्य प्रकाशु अनाथ रक्षकु वेदोद्धारकु वैकुंठवासु मुनिजन पालकु ओंकार श्रीषु वेदोद्धारकु वैकुंठवासु मुनिजन पालकु ओंकार श्रीषु बदरी क्षेत्रांतु प्रतिष्ठे गिट्टिलो व्यासु नाम स्मरणे कोर्चो दासु श्रीनिवासु महाविष्णु अवतार गुरु वेद व्यासु कोटि सूर्य प्रकाशु अनाथ रक्षकु महाविष्णु अवतार गुरु वेद व्यासु कोटि सूर्य प्रकाशु अनाथ रक्षकु कोटि सूर्य प्रकाशु अनाथ रक्षकु अनाथ रक्षकु अनाथ रक्षकु